Ikaw ni Chile Maracaibo sunse ready. Good morning, Honorable Councillors.
Morning, Honorable
Speaker.
Morning, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker.
Morning, Honorable Speaker.
The Secretariat to call you all to confirm your availability. Secretariat, can you start calling councillors one by one to confirm their availability?
Good morning. Good morning, Honorable Speaker. I will start with the Speaker. Mudiba KW.
No.
Rapetsa PA.
Present, Speaker.
MJ.
Secretariat.
Nkweti.
Present, Speaker.
Mama Bule TJ. Harry MB. Pema J.
Councillor Pema present.
Shadung RV.
Shadung RV present.
Noted MMC Harry. Mashalani FZ.
Present.
Moloto TD. Mokamedi MA. Mashangwani PR.
Present, Madam Speaker.
Okay, noted. Malupi SJ. Mwaseni L8.
Present, Speaker.
Molepo MM. Shadung MA. Baloi KJ. Buloro MN.
Councillor Balu present. Councillor Balu present.
Noted, Speaker. Water AH.
Good morning, Councillor Berta present.
Noted. Chidi TDR.
Good morning, Honorable Speaker. I'm present.
Choshi PP. Clark SE.
Good morning, Councillor Clark present.
Dikhale SJ.
Morning, Madam Speaker. I'm present.
Hamis CHL.
Morning, Speaker. Present.
Ine PJ, Hopani ME, Jubert FJ,
Morning, Speaker. Present.
Gala SSMG, Khanyao SM,
Good morning, Honorable Speaker. Present.
Councillor
Amis.
Khanyao. Amis.
Councillor Kanyao, present.
Noted. Komapi MP, Levallo MM,
Honorable Speaker, MMC Mama Wolo here, I'm present.
noted. Logodi NP,
Honorable Speaker, Logodi, Councillor, all available.
noted. Lepalale LF, Lawrence RF,
Lepalala present.
noted. Lawrence RF, Lebe HRA,
Morning, Speaker, I'm present.
noted. Mabasa WM, Mabote MG,
Morning, Speaker. Caron.
noted. Matlachi MS,
Matlaji MS present.
Mahopo MS, Mailula KE, Makafula MD,
Present, Speaker.
Malachi KM,
Present, Madam Speaker.
Malivana CC, Mamadi E, Max,
Good morning, Madam Speaker. I'm present. Thank you.
Councillor Wu,
Mama Ali E. Thank you.
noted. Max HF, Mashabela AF,
Mashabela S.
noted. Matoho K,
Matoke is present, Speaker. Thank you.
Mate MV,
Mate MV present, Speaker.
Matonzi MT,
Matonzi present, Speaker. Thank you.
Mudiba MD,
Present, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Mudiba MT, Moroboya ML, Motabengi DM,
Motaben DM present, Speaker.
Motapa Masui E,
Sabamasi in attendance.
Motwana KT, Mogobodi MD,
Honorable Speaker, there is someone, man.
Mogotwa TS,
Mahota TS present, Madam Speaker.
Also,
Mokobodi MV,
Mukobodi MV, President Speaker.
Mokome MS, Malepo FJ, Moloto MH,
Moloto MH present, Madam Speaker.
Murifi TJ, Morotoba FM,
Speaker, Murifi TJ is present.
noted. Morotoba FM, Mosheu PE, Motapo JE,
Present, Madam Speaker.
Motapo JE,
Present, Madam Speaker.
Motapo LM, Mutiba TP, Mpilo MDP, Motabine MR,
Motabine MR present, Speaker.
Mura TPK,
Murwa TPK present, Madam Speaker.
Nchabeleng MM,
Nchaweling MM present, Madam Speaker.
Ntemo TJ,
Present, Madam Speaker.
okay, noted. PAD MR, Porto RD, Poshoko MS, Kukube D,
Thank you.
Pretorius M,
On present speaker, thank you.
Oh, we register some card.
Radise CM,
Speaker.
Why, dear land? That.
Radise CM, Ralefatani MJ, Ramakolo MM,
Maholo MM present, Honorable Speaker.
Ramapakela MF,
I'm present, ma'am.
noted. Ramaselele MS,
Thomas Lala MS present, Madam Speaker.
Ramarasi MJ,
Ramarasi MJ present, Speaker.
Rapila MP,
Rapela MP present, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker,
Rapela TR present, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker,
Rapela TR
present.
noted, Councillor.
Noted.
Rapela
Thanks
TR.
very much.
Noted, Councillor Rapila. Noted.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Ratuma M,
Present, Speaker.
Retters HJ,
Present Speaker.
Volume 9.
A, Sewale ML,
Sewale ML present, Speaker.
noted. Shibambu KB,
Shibambu KB present, Speaker.
Sibabu NA,
Present, Speaker.
Honorable speakers, we've got 55 councillors present. We are forming a quorum. Thank you very much.
Madam Speaker, you have never called my name.
Speaker.
Opan ME. Available. Opan ME.
Noted.
Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Let me also report that I'm part of the meeting.
Speaker.
Noted, EM.
Madam
Madam
Speaker,
Speaker,
can you-
Councillor Mpilo is also part of the meeting.
Madam Speaker, Councillor Memsi Mwakamedi is part of the meeting.
And Mudiba MT also present.
Honorable Speaker.
Mwakamedi. Mwakamedi, MMC Mwakamedi is present, Madam Speaker.
Noted.
And also Mudiba MT present.
Noted.
And also Councillor Mpilo is also present, Madam Speaker.
Noted, Councillor Mpilo.
Councillor Leballo also present.
I'm showing you
Speaker.
Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Councillor Leballo present.
Noted, Councillor Leballo.
Speaker.
Councillor Mucha.
Yes. I just wanted to report that there is some councillors that are on the line, but they say they're sharing the gadget. It's just that I think they're having a problem with connection. It's Councillor Poto, Councillor Komape, Councillor Malevana, Councillor Mahopo, and Councillor Mokome. I think they did not hear their name. I'm just saying let's recognize them.
Let them
they are part of it.
Let them confirm themselves.
Oh, okay. I don't know if they can connect, but they just called me on my personal phone.
They must confirm.
All right.
Okay, Speaker, Councillor Radise, am I recognized as present?
Thank you, noted.
And also Councillor Mudiba, did you note her?
Yes, I've already noted you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Councillors.
Speaker, check the hands, please.
Speaker.
I can see the hand, but I can't see whose hand is for this one.
Speaker, if I can assist.
Okay. Councillor Gilbert.
I think it will be a problem if you're not able to see the hands, because there's a nice functionality I see on Teams today where it gives you the ranking order who put their hand up first. So first it would be Puling PR Mashan Juane, and then it's myself, and then Councillor Marx.
Okay. Can they confirm? Councillor Gilbert.
Okay, then let me then speak. Just to note, Councillor Lawrence is present. He's struggling with the voice on his side. I saw he unmuted, but we couldn't hear him. So I told him to just log out and back in again.
Okay, he must confirm.
Yes.
Thank you.
Honorable Speaker.
Okay, I can see the hand of Councillor Max.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to confirm that I'm present. As Councillor Hubert indicated, there's a new function on Teams. If you look on your right-hand side, if you're using a computer, it will show the number and the ranking in which the hands was raised. For example, Mashohane was before me. Thank you.
Councillor Mashangwane.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm present and I confirmed long time ago.
Noted, Councillor Mashangwane.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Moloto.
Also, Honorable Speaker, true, I'm present because they didn't call my name by that particular time.
Okay. Okay, noted, Councillor Moloto. Executive Mayor, His Worship Councillor Musema John Mbe, Chief Whip of Council, Councillor Rapetwa, leaders of the opposition parties, members of the Mayoral Committee, Chairperson of Council Committees, fellow councillors, Acting Municipal Manager Mr. Slepe, Directors, CFO, and Council Support Staff, Chairperson of the Audit Committee, members of the public, and distinguished guests, good morning. Welcome to the ordinary council meeting for our term of office. I confirm that this meeting has a quorum and I therefore have the pleasure of declaring it duly constituted. Honorable members, I call this council sitting in terms of the council corporate calendar for 2021-2022 as informed by the section 52D of the Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act number 56 of 2003, read with section 18 in bracket 2 of the Local Government Municipal Structures Act number 117 of 1998. Fellow councillors will remember that this council was initially scheduled for the 27 January 2022 as per the annual corporate calendar, and we rescheduled it for today, the 31st January 2022. Please be reminded that proceedings of this meeting are regulated by the rules of order regulating the conduct meeting of council and committees of the Polokwane municipality approved by the council in 2021. You are all welcome. I thank you for being part of this sitting. Honorable councillors, before I can start with our council agenda meeting, all items in volume 9 to volume 15 are referred back to serve in the relevant portfolios to process them and refer them to council. These items were part of the agenda of 29 October 2021 council, but council agreed to defer them back to new council for this council to deal with them properly. That process will have to start with the portfolios and councillors familiarize themselves with those issues and recommend to council accordingly. And again, I want to apologize for the two questions from the EFF which have not been included in today's agenda. Those questions have served in the relevant portfolio of finance but not yet discussed at Mayoral Committee. The delay arose from management being involved in finalization of audit process with Auditor General. They will serve in the next council in February 2022. I would like to register the apology to the EFF and council. And then again, there is also a question from the DA which was submitted shortly before the relevant portfolio could sit in January 2022, such that question will be processed in the relevant portfolio and in council in February 2022. This question is still within time to process it in February 2022. Again, before that, I want honorable members to correct few errors on our document. Let's check in volume 1. On agenda item number 7, which says notice of questions and relevant answers. In brackets, refer to item 17 in volume 6 of the agenda. There's an error there. The questions will be found in volume 7. And then again on agenda item number 9, on petitions, in brackets, refer to item 70 in volume 6 of the agenda. There's an error there in volume 6, should be in volume 7. On agenda volume 3, recommendation of the Moral Committee, item 4 there, there's an error, a typing error of the weight of Thank you, honorable councillors. Secretariat, you may start with
Raise hands.
Councillor Jubet.
Speaker, Councillor Lawrence is before me. Do you want him to continue or me first?
Councillor Jubet.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. I think with regards to what you mentioned now with volumes 9 to 15 being referred back, I think it would have been prudent if this could have been discussed at the WIPRI level. It's just nice to have that type of open communications and not be it feels like we're being sidelined. Why I'm mentioning that is there's an urgent item in volume 10. It's number 25. I don't see the need for that item to be referred back, to be honest, because it's just approval for cameras to be put up. It's regarding community safety. And I've been keeping that community updated on the progress, and it's been referred back how many times. I don't see the need why it should be referred back. If we can just, on volume 10, put item 25 through, please. It's an humble plea because it's regarding safety of the community.
Honorable Speaker.
Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just want to confirm if I'm audible now.
EM, you'll follow. Yes, you are audible, Councillor.
Thank you.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes, you can continue, Councillor.
You're referring to Ramapagel?
Councillor
Honorable
Ramapagel.
Speaker, is it me? Okay. Yeah, Honorable Speaker,
I think Councillor will start first and you follow after, and then after you, the EM will speak. Now on the floor, I think maybe I see the hand of Councillor Lawrence first, and then after It's you, Councillor Ramapakela.
Yeah, I think Councillor Lawrence's hand is down now. Honorable Speaker, in as much as the item on cameras for the safety of the community is important, as Councillor Lawrence, as the Councillor Joubert has said. You just said now, Speaker, that you are constituting this meeting in terms of the rules of order that governs the proceedings in this meeting. Remember, if you go into the rules, you'll find that the rules say there's no item which must serve in council without having served firstly in the portfolio committees or in the mayoral committee. The way I understood you to be saying is that the items came from the previous administration. They were brought to council as a matter of process, which was ongoing from the portfolios to council. Now, the sitting portfolio has not discussed these items in their portfolio. So we cannot say based on up. I think councillor has an obligation to go back to the community and report this administrative hiccup. For as long as you gave your word that they will serve in the next council, that is what you must take back to the community. Not so we'll have issues prioritized in council based on our own reportings to community and ask them to be prioritized. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Ramapakela. EM.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and Chief Whip, leaders of the opposition, as well as fellow councillors. Good morning to all of you colleagues. And I think that the principal decision, one must actually congratulate you for taking a principal decision that says that the new council need to be respected. If there are certain decisions that were on progress, it is upon the secretariat, and I think we also need to, Speaker, to request you to take time with the secretariat for them to understand the workflow and ensure that the new council is taken on board on items that were due to council, so that the portfolios, the mayoral committee, the similar workflow is followed for the new council with its own structures to familiarize itself with those issues and the rationale behind certain decisions that had to be taken by council. So that coming here, there is ownership from the relevant portfolios, there is ownership from members of the mayoral committee, and then council will then be convinced that this particular matter is actually being processed properly. And I think also in the previous meeting, there has always been an outcry about following certain key indicators, financial implications. More it becomes convenient for people to tell us that there is no financial implications on an issue, which eventually will realize that it does have. There is no item that does not have legal implications. So if you say legal implication, none, it means that it is an attempt to mislead council. So we are just asking from your side and your administration in the secretariat to please be thorough in terms of ensuring that things that council have resolved on and have insisted that they being followed, they are followed, so that both portfolio committees, mayoral committee, and council are able to apply their mind with regard to the information really available and well processed and well thought of from the administration part. Let me thank you, and as I agree that unfortunately we are pleading with the Councillor, I think it's Councillor Joubert, if I'm not mistaken, or Councillor Marx, that let's go back to the community. I think the matter is urgent. Of course, we've got serious issues with regard to the high level of crime in our municipality. And I believe that it is one of the issues that as council, we may want to think, sit down and say, can't we have a specific and a special meeting on the level of crime and criminality within our municipality that is forever growing. Thank you very much, and I think I concur fully with what Councillor Ramapakela have said. Let's await these items to come back in the next council. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Councillor Ramapakela and the Executive Mayor clearly stated the rules of order in terms of the procedure which must be followed for the items to serve in council. All those items are referred back. And again, I'm noting I'm sorry. Secretariat, can you read the next item?
Honorable Speaker, we are on item number 2, application for leave of absence.
Honorable Councillors, on my side, I have the apology for Geneva Malope. And then again from Councillor Chochi Puti. He will be connecting late, Councillor Chochi. And again, I have the apology for Councillor Mulike Mogoboya. She showed that she's at Mushate. Thank you very much. Secretariat.
Honorable Speaker.
Councillor Ramapakela.
Yeah, we also have an apology from Councillor Karel Motlwana. He's not well.
Noted, Councillor Ramapakela. Executive Mayor, I see is the old head or the new one? Executive Mayor.
My apology, I think it's an old...
I think it's the old one.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Marx.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, as far as the apologies is concerned, our rules say that it should be submitted 24 hours prior to the meeting to your office. If it has not been done, then there is a procedure to be followed after council. So my respectful opinion is that we should not bypass the rules and keep to the rules. You're doing well to keep to the rules, and I think we should continue like that. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, we are on item number 3, proposal and condolences or congratulations by the Speaker.
Nothing on my side.
Proposals of condolences or congratulations by other members.
Next item.
Confirmation of minutes of previous meetings. We have 6 sets of minutes dated 29 October 2021. We have other set of minutes, 22 November 2021, special council meeting minutes, 7 December 2021, agent council meeting, December 23, 2021, agent council meeting, 6 January 2022, agent council meeting, 13 January 2022.
Thank you, Secretariat. Honorable members, we are going to start by the minutes from ordinary council meeting dated 29 October 2021.
Speaker, please check the hands before you continue.
Councillor Max.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, on the minutes of December 2021, just turn to the correct page. Can you hear me, Speaker? Speaker?
We are on which set of minutes?
The 23 December 2021.
No, I'm still coming on that one. I'm going page by page from different minutes. And
My apologies.
I'm starting with those of the 29 October 2021. We will speak on that one when I come there.
Apologies, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Evans. Evans.
Yes, Speaker. I just want to check if maybe I'm going to be in order. The minutes of the 29th of October, are we going to entertain that as per what, maybe if I understood correctly, what the Executive Mayor was saying, and Councillor Rampagela, maybe if I'm out of order, please rectify me. Are we going to entertain the minutes of the 29th of October 2021?
Yes, we're going to entertain the minutes because...
Yes, Councillor Mutapo. We're going to entertain the minutes of the 29 October 2021.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Oh, I can see the hand of Councillor Marira Alpatan.
Okay, thanks very much, Madam Speaker. And morning to the Executive Mayor and members of the Mayoral Committee and my colleagues. On the minutes of the 29th October 2021, page 3, on the opening, the Speaker, Councillor MJ Ralfatane, welcomed the Executive Mayor, Councillor Tiping Kadimeng. It must be corrected because it's Councillor Mpe MJ. Okay, thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. And then now I'm continuing from page 2. Page 3.
There's
Page 4.
hands, Speaker. There's hands.
Page 5. Councillor Max, is the whole old hand or the new one?
No, it's a new one, Speaker. As soon as I spoke, I took it off. Speaker, okay. On the current minutes, I agree with the Speaker of the EFF. I think it's the whip that spoke. The problem is the minutes was by the previous administration. How can we approve and confirm the correctness of the minutes if almost half of the councillors are new? We can't do that. We can maybe note the minutes of the previous one, but we can't correct it because we won't get a quorum to correct that it is indeed so. I mean, there's a lot of other councillors, new councillors that was not present at that meeting. So I propose that we only take note of this minute.
Thank you, Councillor Max. Thank you, Councillor Max. Noted. Who's speaking now?
Councillor Malabana present.
Oh. Executive Mayor.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think, Madam Speaker, it will be correct for us to note the minutes. We will note the minutes. In any way, the fact that we are noting the minutes, it does not mean resolutions taken cannot be reviewed. It's only to say that you can only correct something which you were part of. Otherwise, you might change at the conceptual level what you wanted to say, because minutes are a product of a report that may have served in various stages. And now we are here in the new council, we can note those minutes. I mean, those we note those minutes because normally when you correct, you want those who were part of that meeting to make corrections. And that is why you are not allowed to call for adoption of a minute of a meeting which you are not party to. So I agree that let's note the minutes.
Speaker. Speaker.
Councillor Rapakela.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, when we deal with an item which brings us to the position where council cannot process, there is a way to get it back on council for processing and approval. We don't just note an item and leave it there. All the portfolio committees are bound by the rules to cooperate with each other. For this reason, the item can be noted by council and be referred back to the portfolio committee, with the understanding that those members of the portfolio committee who have returned to the same portfolio or those who are still serving in the sitting council can be called by the sitting administration, or sorry, by the sitting portfolio to say, how have you arrived at the follow? Let them educate the new portfolio, and the new portfolio can then adopt those minutes and bring them back to council for approval. Because we cannot leave it hanging. It must come back to council for further processing and approval. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Ramapakela. I can see the hand of Councillor Max. Is the old one or the new one?
Old hand, my apologies. It's not on actually. It doesn't show on my side.
Executive Mayor, is the old one or the new one?
Is the new one. Is the new one, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to say that I don't think all of us, I think, agree that we are noting, and I think Councillor Ramapakela was only saying the process of ensuring that those resolutions are ratified may mean that resolution relevant to each portfolio committee may have to be raised or those minutes and those decisions that have been taken may have to be ratified by the new portfolio committees up until a report is tabled to council. And I think all of us should agree on the process. But I just also want to request councillors. I think by now we know how to use these gadgets. It cannot be that each and every time people are not muting, we hear people laughing and people doing all sort of things, Speaker, without you calling to order those specific councillors.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. The minutes are noted. We cannot deal with the. Let's deal with the ones that relate to this new council. So we will start on the one of the dated 22 November 2021, which is the inauguration council meeting. I'm going to read page by page. Then you check if your name was correctly captured. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I was marked absent on page 5, but I forwarded an apology to your PA, Ms. Loma. So I requested it is rectified. Thank you.
Thank you, Lawrence. On these minutes, all councillors were absent. There were no.
I thought you were busy with the minutes of 29 October.
No, I'm speaking of the 22 November 2021. And
my apology then.
It was inauguration of the new council. So all councillors were present on that day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Page 7. Page 8. I can see the hand of Councillor Mtapo. Councillor Mtapo.
Yes, Speaker. No, thank you very much. Speaker, just to assist there, I think the Executive Mayor have raised a very important point in terms of, maybe I thought you should just call to order to say, members, let's try to respect, and then let's mute when you are not given a chance to speak so that we can have a smooth running council for the day. Thank you very much. I just wanted to reiterate what the Executive Mayor was saying.
Thank you, Councillor Mtapo. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11, 12, 13, and 14, the report of attendance. Also 15, 16, 17, and 18, the report of attendance. We are now on the minutes of dated 7 December 2021, which was a special council meeting.
I'm sorry, Speaker.
Councillor Clark.
On the minutes you just presented was page 10. Item number 8 is an incorrect spelling. Announcements is not spelled correct.
Page 10. Secretariat. Secretariat, please note the change.
Noted, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Rapezwa.
Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker. If I captured you correctly, we are now on the set of minutes for the council held on the 7th of December. I just want to make a correction there. There is a recommendation missing on the report, because it is the report where on the appointment of the municipal manager. I think the executive mayor in that particular council meeting added recommendation number 6, where we have agreed that the progress report to be tabled in every ordinary sitting of council in terms of the appointment of the new municipal manager, just to add that particular recommendation. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Rapetwa. Page 3.
Speaker, my hand is up.
Councillor Jubert.
Speaker, previously we've always handled these set of minutes item by item. So if we're done with the set of minutes, we have a mover and a seconder and we go on to the next one. I'm just trying to find out if we're going to do it the same. Or do you want a mover and a seconder for all the minutes of these meetings?
Thank you. I'm going to do that, Councillor. Page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7.
Speaker, my hand's up. You're not recognizing me when you're on that page.
Councillor Jubert.
Speaker, just to confirm, we are on 7 December now.
Yes, we are on
Okay.
special council meeting dated 7 December 2021.
Yes, Speaker. I find it quite odd that from page 3, 4, 5, and 6, that all the councillors were present in the special council meeting. I think it's impossible. We've never had a full council, except for maybe the inauguration, but this is not the inauguration one. So I think there's a mistake on this one.
We are relying on the report from the Secretariat. Can the Secretariat confirm that? Secretariat?
Speaker, we've got, we printed attendance register from Microsoft Teams from page 12 up until page 22. It confirms that most of the councillors were present at the said meeting. Thank you.
Speaker?
Thank you. Councillor Jubert.
Speaker, yeah, I think it's a problem. They say I think most were present. Here it was marked everyone was present. I think procedurally it's not correct. If Secretariat can get the house in order. I just went back to my minutes and all my notes from 7 December. You would remember this was the meeting where Councillor Marx requested that everyone identify themselves on video. I remember this was that meeting. So there was an issue, especially when someone's saying this councillor is present and he didn't identify him or herself. So I think we should get our house in order. We can't accept this set of minutes with everyone apparently present. It's impossible. I don't believe it.
I can see the hand of Councillor Shibabu.
Speaker, thank you very much, Speaker. But I think for progress' sake, isn't it that?
Councillor Shibabu. Continue, Councillor Shibabu.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much, Speaker. But I think just for progress' sake, isn't it that the report of the Microsoft Teams, which confirms the people who have logged in, it is a true and a factual report to council. Unless councillor is saying, I've checked that report vis-a-vis the one that we have written, Councillor Sibabu does not appear there. Why did you mark them present? I'm just saying it will at least make life easier and make a submission that both the manual one, the one that we speak, and the other one must try to speak to each other. But like it is said, in some cases, you will find that another one is connected with somebody. But I'm just saying, maybe for progress, Chairperson, when the matter is raised, it must be raised to specifically mention 1 and 2 was not there. Why are they present? Thank you very much.
Speaker.
Councillor Rapeto.
Thank you very much once again, Honorable Speaker, and good morning to the Executive Mayor and members of Council. Honorable Speaker, I think the latter speaker, Councillor Sibabu, is absolutely correct. Your attendance register, Speaker, is from the Microsoft Teams, the platform on which we are connecting from. And there is a report generated, I think Councillor Sibabu is correct. If there is a dispute in terms of the attendance of a member, one must be saying on page so and so, there is no attendance by Councillor Rapeto, for an example, then why is he marked present? I think we cannot dispute the record that is attached with regards to attendance, because you'll agree with me, Honorable Speaker, that most of the time councillors do not do not confirm attendance, all of them, upon the start of council. But during council, councillors do log in, and they sometimes indicate to you that I'm now present while council is in progress. So, Speaker, can we not argue with the report from Teams, but for the Secretariat to systematically record it in such a way that it will make sense where members are not present in council? But we cannot argue with the report. Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Rapeto. Councillor Shibabu and Councillor Rapeto, I think they are in order. The attendance register in... Councillor Ramapakela.
Honorable Speaker, I disagree with the previous two councillors. And this is not a small matter that should be handled the way you want to close it. It is, in fact, a problem that you're going to be sitting with for as long as we are using this Microsoft Teams. Let me show you one area where they are not addressing. 3 or 4 councillors are able to use the same gadget and tell us here that I'm with so and so and so here, and that is only reflecting on that person's name. So on the Microsoft team report, it's not going to show those other 3 names. It will only be the one who is registered on that gadget. So that is the unreliability of the Microsoft Teams report. This takes us, sorry? This takes us back to the initial concern where you, Speaker, have to make a decision to solve this matter. To say every councillor who marks present must show face. The EM has shown face. All of us have shown face. In fact, it makes life easy for you, even for the Secretariat to say, no, this is not Ramapakela, it's his brother. Or this is not whoever is his wife. Now, we are sitting with a Microsoft team report which says all of us, when in reality, it may not be all of us. So the problem will be solved by your decision, Honorable Speaker, to say, from today moving forward, what do we do to solve this problem? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Ramapakela. Councillor Max, followed by the EM.
Thank you, Speaker. I agree with the latter speaker, Councillor Ramapakela. You would recall, and the minutes is not correct on this point, is that the roll calling started over. You've made a ruling on this point, and that ruling of yours is not reflected in the minute. It would seem that the Secretariat is lack to record rulings of yourself in the minutes. So I would request that the ruling of yourself, that the councillors should identify themselves via video stream, should be minuted as such. After a query was raised by the EFF and supported by the DA, when one of the ANC councillors indicated that another councillor is sitting with her. Later on, when those councillors were called, it transpired that they were not actually present. And only later at the meeting, 15 minutes later, then only suddenly that councillor appeared. That is not in the minutes, and I think you should properly record that in the minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Max. Executive Mayor.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think that the use of technology should allow us to have evidences of who attends and who do not attend. What I think as a council, we have opened it up to a point where there is no accuracy, is when we allow 5 councillors to log into one gadget. Every councillor must be having his or her own gadget by now, and every councillor receive a link. So every councillor must utilize his or her own gadget. If there is a challenge in terms of councillors understanding how to use their gadgets, they should be trained, they should be shown, they should log in at the municipal premises and get assisted. And I think also, remember, for us to start utilizing virtual meetings is because we're dealing with a pandemic. If 5 councillors are now looking into one gadget, what then are we trying to defeat? Are we trying to defeat Corona, or are we trying to, to contradict our own strategy? Where is social distance? Who will monitor that there is social distance there when we are utilizing one gadget? So can we agree that come next council meeting is one councillor, one gadget? And if councillors are battling, it's upon them to come and get assisted from the officials, council support, mayoral support, and other people from their own directorates that relate to their portfolios will be available to assist them, so that we avoid the inaccuracy, but also we avoid the defeat of our fight against Corona virus. Because the reason why we're virtual is that we want everybody to be in his or her own space, so that if I've been infected, I should not actually also infect other councillors, so that we remain safe and protected. So one councillor, one gadget, so that the list must be a reflection of the report that you are writing. And I think that is the approach. I do not know who came with these ideas that councillors should actually log in their large numbers using one gadget. I believe that this will have to come to an end, and councillors should actually find a space where there is a network, there is all those. They've got all the time to determine which place will be conducive for them to log in. In case they are like me, they are staying in the rural areas, there might be connectivity challenges here and there. And I think that's what, Speaker, you need to do, so that we do not have this kind of a problem. Even to say that people will show themselves and so forth, but people must have their own space where they can make their own contribution. If they want to come to utilize municipal premises, they must be welcome, they must be encouraged. But then there must also be insistent of a social distance so that we do not, while addressing one problem, create another problem. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And maybe just before you come in, Madam Speaker, I think the issue raised by Councillor Marx, let's agree that if he has got specific suspicions, like colleagues have said, if he has got specific suspicion that the current report does not reflect the reality, that matter would have to be dealt with as a separate matter altogether. But for now, let's accept what we are given and let's improve on the accuracy and the validity of attendance by ensuring that it is one councillor, one gadget. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. I'm going to do a ruling because this item has already taken a long time.
No. Madam Speaker, we raised our hands. Please, can we be given a chance before you do the ruling?
The Executive Mayor sum it up. In the future, Council Secretaries must recognize the presence of councillors who log in using their own.
Madam Speaker.
So for now, let's rely on the Microsoft team reports and let's proceed with the report as attached. So
Madam
I
Speaker,
was on page 8.
Madam Speaker.
Page 9.
Madam Speaker.
Page 10.
Madam Speaker.
Councillor, I've already made a ruling.
No, but can we be given a chance, please? Because there is something that was raised by the Executive Mayor and we feel somewhere somehow. Sorry?
Do you want to correct the minutes?
No, but
Speaker, give people a chance to speak. Give people time to speak. People have spoken.
No, I want to come in on what the Executive Mayor has been saying. You can't be saying to me that I want to. No. Madam Speaker,
13,
can we be
14,
given a chance?
16, 17, 18, 19, 20,
No, Madam Speaker, but you have been rendered useless here. You are doing as you please, Madam Speaker. You have your preferred. You have your preferred. No, we want to say something. You can't continue if you are not in the meeting. But you are not going to.
Speaker, we can't hear anything. We are not sure where you.
Page 1.
But you're out of order. I can't continue like this with you.
Speaker, my hand is up for a long time, please.
Councillor Max. Followed by Chief Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. On the previous minutes, I've corrected or made proposals for correction. You then allowed the mayor to speak, but you did not confirm whether or not the minutes will be corrected as such. Can you please give an indication on that?
Councillor Max.
Yes, couldn't you hear me there?
Come again.
I said on the previous minutes, I've made corrections regarding your ruling that was not minuted. You did not give any comment on that and to say that the minutes was corrected or must be corrected by Secretariat. Can you just confirm that that will be done? Thank you.
Speaker.
Councillor Ramapakela.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, I'm trying to go through the rules here and find a reason why you don't allow Councillor Matthews to speak. I'm at pains to find it. Can you please clarify on that one?
I've already made a ruling on that one.
To say he can't comment on what the mayor has spoken.
But we cannot already like this. No.
Councillor
And he raised the hands before the ruling.
Yes.
Councillor Ramaphosa,
Speaker.
I've already
Speaker?
made a ruling on that one because you
No,
have
but
already
ruling,
given
what is
time
what
for
is the
that
hand?
matter.
What's the wrong child? No. I've been run useless here.
Yeah, we're not being taken serious. This
Thanks
council
very
is
much,
being run by one
Honourable
person.
Speaker.
When
On
we
the
raise hands, we're not being.
minutes pertaining the 23rd of December.
What is the hands?
There is a typing error there. In between the words municipal manager. I think there is a typing error. We need to insert the word to, so that the sentence then makes sense, so that it will read the municipal manager to appoint, not the municipal manager and appoint. I think we just need to correct that typo there. That is on page 4 of the minutes of the 23rd December 2021. It's just for Secretariat to note the typo there.
Secretariat.
It's like this thing of running council on visual, doesn't it?
Secretariat.
Noted, Speaker.
Thank you. Page 5.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Councillor Alfatan Mariri.
My hand was up on page 3 and you did not recognize me, but check resolution number 2.
My apology on that.
Okay, no problem, Madam Speaker. Resolution number 2, that council approves the revised ward committee bylaw. There must be a space between council and approves.
Thank you, Councillor.
Sure.
Thank you. Page 5.
Please, you must please check the hands.
7,
I'm also on page 3.
8, 9, and 10 is the report. Attended report.
We miss you, Alfatan. We miss you.
Speaker, on a point of order, please check the hands. We can't continue like that. Please make sure there's no hands before going to the next.
Councillor Max.
On a point of order, Honourable Speaker.
Speaker, a point of order is that you are too quick. You don't check the hands before going to the next page.
I will
Please
try
check.
to be slow, Councillor Max. Thank you.
Can we please go back to page 3 then?
Councillor Mamabulo.
On a point of order, Honourable Speaker. I'm sending on rule 4.2.1. A member may only address the council when allowed thereto by the speaker. I hear members of council just standing up and talking, even if the speaker did not recognize them. And I'm requesting, Honourable Speaker, that you take decisive actions against those members who are just deliberately disregarding the rules, Honourable Speaker. Thank you.
Order sustained, Councillor Mamabulo. Councillor Max, page 3.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, on page 3, you will see that the council take notes of the report, but then you say that the council approve the revised ward committee bylaw. That is not correct. To approve it, you are supposed to ask the following questions. You are supposed to ask whether the committee are in, or the council are in agreement or in disagreement. You have failed to do so. And that must be minuted that you did not ask who's in favor and who's against this provision. You also did not ring the bell. In this regard, I refer you to Rule 9.2. It says, before any vote is taken on any matter before the council, the speaker shall cause the bells to be rung for a period of 1 minute. Now, it's evident you haven't done so. Then it said that doors must be closed. Now, obviously, that can't be done in a...
Thank you, Councillor Max.
While I'm still making the point.
From Councillor Rapezwa.
Thanks very much, Honourable Speaker.
Councillor Mugubaya present.
When dealing with minutes, Speaker, we must only correct the minutes, not raise discussion. The item was discussed in the previous, in that particular respective council. We can only correct whether the recommendations are captured correctly or not. And as thus, the recommendations are captured correctly, they were approved like this. I think the Honorable Speaker is out of order trying to raise discussions out of what was already discussed in
The
the
point of order, what rule is he referring
the
to
minutes of
interrupt me so rudely, Speaker?
we incorrectly captured. Thanks very much.
If you listen to me, then you will realize, Speaker, with all the respect, that I'm correcting the minutes. Because the minutes shows what transpired
I
in
have not
council.
recognized you to speak, Councillor Max.
My apologies, Speaker.
Order sustained, Councillor Rapetswa. Can we move to the next page, next set of minutes?
Speaker, I got a item to report on page 3. Minutes to be corrected.
We are now on set of minutes.
Speaker, can I please be recognized to correct page 3 of those minutes?
Page 1.
Councillor Masa present there.
Page 1. We are now on 6 Jan.
Speaker, with all due respect,
We
point
are
of
now
order.
on set of
Point
minutes
of order, Speaker.
dated 6 January 2022.
Speaker, point of order.
Council meeting. Page 1. Page 2.
Speaker, on a point of order.
Point of order raised by the Council of the.
Speaker, I want to place on record that you're muting me when I'm raising a point of order. I'm being muted by the Speaker when I'm raising a point of order. It was done 4 times now in a row.
Page 5, 6, and 7.
Speaker, on a point of order.
Reports.
Point of order, Speaker. Speaker, point of order.
Councillor Mushewu present.
Noted, Councillor.
Speaker, point of order.
Councillor Mabasa.
What is the point of order for Councillor Dubet?
Councillor Mogoboya present.
Noted, Councillor Mogoboya.
Speaker, point of order.
What is the point of order for?
Speaker, a point of order. I wanted to correct the minutes on page 3 and you refused to allow me. The rules allow us to correct the minutes. For example, on that day you've made a ruling and I've specifically requested you to minute the ruling. You have not done so and I want to correct the minutes to reflect your ruling.
Councillor Max, you were discussing the minutes and Councillor
I did not discuss. I'm telling you that you've made a ruling and you did not minute it.
So can we proceed?
Can you just listen, please, Speaker?
No, I can't listen because we were discussing the item. While
I do not discuss the item.
Raised the hands for and I sustain the order.
The minutes, there's something that's not in the minutes, and that is your ruling. Why did you not minute your ruling, Speaker? So that is not discussing the minutes. I'm saying the minutes must be corrected.
I'm now on.
No, Speaker, you're not serving justice to this council.
Madam Speaker, you are having a problem. People are raising point of orders. You move on. You are now on one. You don't want to listen to anyone. You don't want to listen to anyone. How are we going to work if you are not going to listen?
Speaker.
You don't want to listen to anyone. You do as you please. People are raising.
Madam Speaker, on the last set of minutes, I was present in the meeting, but the problem was that the IT guys, they have connected me through their phone. So my name is not appearing there because I have joined through the telephone call.
Noted, Councillor.
Thank you.
Speaker. Speaker.
Page 5.
Speaker.
7.
Speaker.
You can't keep on ignoring us like that, Speaker.
Speaker, I want to correct the minutes.
You can't keep on ignoring us like that.
Present, Speaker.
God.
Yeah, we think we are useless on
This is a council.
But you can't keep on ignoring us like that, Speaker.
Speaker, recognize me.
Yeah, but
may you to anyone.
I'm still the chairperson.
January, I want to make.
Yeah, but we are on the meeting also.
Speaker.
No. What we are doing is wrong. Only what people are listening to, and others are not listening to.
You have been recognized. Others don't.
My hand is up. I'm not being recognized.
Hey,
So
others
if you
are
want
not
chaos, Speaker, that's what you're going to get.
No, Madam Speaker is not running this meeting well today.
Can I proceed, please, because I'm the chairperson of this council?
Never mind, but we have to listen to others. We share the meeting, all of us.
Councillor,
We are all sharing the meeting here. You are not the only one who's supposed to share the meeting, Madam Speaker.
You want
please.
to come here and share the meeting? We are now on agent council meeting dated 13 January 2022.
Speaker, my hand is up.
Page
I want
one.
to make a correction on the 6th of January on page 4.
Councillor
My hand
Jubet.
was up. You're not recognizing me.
No, I was recognizing you.
You did not. You let Councillor Mark speak and you didn't recognize me.
Can you proceed?
Just
Can
go
you
and
continue,
number the page
continue
numbers.
with that?
Speaker, on page 4, I just want to make
Page 4
note,
of which minutes?
the 6th of January, Speaker.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you'll see there on the middle section that the DA, EFF, and FF Plus requested the division of the House. I just want to make a
Yes.
correction. It was the DA and the EFF that requested that. The FF Plus did not request this. Thank you.
Secretariat, note the change, please.
Noted, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Honorable members,
This we're going to have a problem, Ms. Council.
Councillor Mama Bulo. Councillor Mama Bulo.
Honorable Speaker, I think I'm covered, but I wanted to stand
If you
on
are
a
covered,
point of order.
it's fine. Councillor Mama
Okay.
Bulo, if you are covered, that's
Thank you,
fine.
Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. We are now on agent council meeting dated 13 January 2022. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4.
Speaker, once again, my hand was up. You're not looking at the hands.
My apology, Councillor Jubet.
Please. I think if you can take a breath just between page numbers, it might assist. It's actually between page 2, 3, and 4. You would have to go and look, because if you go on page 2, there was only 2 apologies. But if you go on the table from page 3, 4, and 5 and 6, you would see on the apology tab column there was 3 apologies. So I'm not sure which one is correct. If they can just look at that and correct whichever one is incorrect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jubet. Secretariat, can you put your hearts in order, please?
Noted, Speaker.
Must also put your house in order.
Can you clarify this? Secretariat.
Speaker, I think we made a mistake on Councillor Mudiba MT. The 2 apologies that we received is for Councillor Lawrence and Councillor Komapi. We apologize for that. Thank you.
Secretariat, can we not have issues like this in the future?
Noted, Speaker.
Thank you very much. And then we are on page 7. Page 8. Page 9, 10, and 11 is the attended report. So, Honorable Councillors, I'm going to give the floor for the adoption of the minutes dated 22 November 2021. Can I see by the show of hands? Councillor Rapeltoa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Once again, I move for the adoption of these minutes. Honorable Speaker, with the amendments recorded.
Thank you. Seconder. Councillor Mukamedi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm seconding the Chief Whip of Council with the adoption of the minutes with the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. The minutes are adopted.
Speaker, I raise that we divide the House and that we do not agree that the minutes reflect a true reflection of the minutes and that we proceed to voting on this topic.
Are you talking about the inauguration council? Because now we are adopting the inauguration council dated 22 November 2021.
Well, thank you, then I thought it's all of the minutes. Specifically on 23 December, thank you.
Thank you. The minutes of 2022 November 2021 are adopted. And then can we adopt the one for 7 December 2021 special council meeting? Can I see by the show of hands? I see the hand of Councillor Marira Al-Fatan.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. I move for the adoption of the minutes dated 7 December 2021 as a true reflection of what transpired in the last meeting. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Any seconder? I can see the hand of Mulepo Shadu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would also like to second for the adoption of those minutes.
Thank you, Councillor. The minutes is adopted. And then we are on the one of 23 December 2021 Agent Council meeting. Councillor Marx.
Speaker, I would like to record that the DA is against the adoption of the minutes. We have the view that the minutes do not reflect a true version of what transpired at that meeting, and we request that the House proceed to voting on this issue as per the rules. Thank you.
Chief Whip.
Thanks once again, Honorable Speaker. I want to appreciate the DA from not agreeing with the minutes, but through yourself, Honorable Speaker, that I move for the adoption of the minutes with the exception that the DA does not agree. And you may record, Secretariat
on a point of order, Speaker.
Secretariat
on a point of order, Speaker, the rule reads as follows.
Agree.
On a point of order, Speaker.
Honorable Speaker.
Speaker, on a point of order.
Councillor Marx.
It say that the House must take by way of a majority decision. It say that if the Speaker asks the meeting whether it's in agreement with the recommendation and the recommendation is not opposed, the recommendation is adopted. Where there is opposition to any opposer to be decided, voting must be by a show of hands or by means of electronic voting system. So the Chief Whip is out of order. You should proceed in accordance with the rules 9.2.2.
Councillor Ramapakela.
Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, if you can stick to the rules, you won't have a problem in running this council. Always when the House is divided through the call of a vote, there is no other person who speaks after the request for a division. You make a ruling on that one and say a division has been called. Those who agree with, let them raise their hands. Those who disagree with, let us raise out. Then we proceed. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Ramapakela. Secretariat, let's divide the House. Secretariat.
Speaker.
Let's divide the House and do the voting. Honorable Councillors, The decision of making requirements for council and committee meetings shall be a majority of the councillors to be present at the meeting before a vote may be taken on any matter. Decision shall be taken by a majority of the votes cast by the councillors present in the meeting in the case of equal number of votes. The presiding councillor shall have a casting vote. In councillor or committee meeting, councillors shall be entitled to cast their vote either electronically or by voice. Secretariat. Secretariat.
Speaker.
Can you please call councillors one by one and they confirm if they are in support or abstaining?
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Mtabamaswi, what is the order for?
Yeah, Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I think you are missing a point because the DA only proposed for the division of the House, but who seconded the DA? And now you're moving us to dividing the House, but who seconded?
Speaker, if I may.
Honorable councillors, am I audible?
You are audible now, Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you. I directed the Secretariat to call councillors one by one and they confirm if they abstain or they are in support or against. Secretariat.
Noted, Speaker. Mudiba KW. Rapeza PA.
Madam Speaker, I'm voting in support of the adoption of the minutes.
Mpe MJ.
Support the adoption of the minutes.
Ngweti.
Support the adoption of the minutes.
Mama Bule TJ.
Support the adoption of the minutes.
RMB.
Of the minutes.
Pema J.
Speaker. Emma. Speaker.
Pema
J in support of the adoption.
Noted. Chadung RV.
Shadow RV in support.
Mashalani FZ.
In support.
Moloto TD.
Thanks, Speaker. In support.
Mokamedi MA.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. In support.
Mashangwani PR.
Madam Speaker, support the adoption of the minutes. Thank you.
Mwasheng HL.
I'm in support, Speaker.
Mulepo MM. Shadung MA.
Shadung MA in support of the adoption of the minutes, Speaker.
Baloi KJ.
Baloi KJ in support.
Buloho N.
Borgo N in support.
Bota HAH.
Councillor Greta, voting against the adoption of minutes.
TDR.
Good morning, Speaker. Obviously, I'm voting against.
Flag SE.
I'm voting against due to incompleteness, and that I also support the DA in this.
Dikhale SJ.
Madam Speaker, I'm in support.
Amesi HL. Hine PJ.
Supported. I'm supporting noting for the minute. Adoption of the minute.
No.
Yeah, Hopani abstain.
Gilbert FJ.
Against, Speaker.
Kala SSMG.
In support of the minutes.
Kanyao SM.
In support of the minutes, Speaker.
Koma PMP.
Sustain.
Levallo MM. Lerodi NP.
Komapia.
Komapia, you said sustained, Councillor. Lerodi NP. Lepalala LF.
Lepalala abstain.
Lawrence RF.
Madam Speaker, I'm against the adoption of the minutes of the meeting of 23.
Labour HRA.
Speaker, I'm voting against the minutes.
Mabasa WM. Mabote MG.
I'm supporting, Speaker.
Mabasa is in support of the adoption of the minutes, ne?
Noted. Matachi MS. Mahopo MS. Mailula KE.
In support of the adoption of the minutes.
Noted. Makafula MD.
In support of the adoption of the minutes, Speaker.
Malachi KM.
I'm in support of the adoption of the minutes, Madam Speaker.
Noted. Malevana Sisi. Mama DE. Max HF.
Against the minutes?
Mashabela AS.
Vote.
Mashabela AS.
Mashabela ES is abstaining.
Councillor Mugoboya support the minutes.
Noted, Councillor. Matoho K.
Matoke in support of the adoption of the minutes. Thank you.
Mate MV.
I vote in support of the minutes.
Matonzi MT.
Voting in support of that speaker. Thank you.
Mudiba MD.
In support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Mudiba MT.
Voting against.
Mogoboya ML.
Support the minutes.
Motabengi DM.
Abstain.
Motapa Maswi E.
Abstain.
Mokotla TS.
Madam Speaker.
Mukobodi MB.
In support of adoption of the minutes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Mukome MS.
I can vote.
Molepo FJ. Moloto MH. Murifi TJ. Muroto va MFFM.
Abstain, Speaker.
Musho PE.
In support, Speaker.
Motapo JE.
I decline to vote, Madam Speaker.
Motapo LM. Mutiba TP. Mpilo MD. Mutabine MR. Murwa TPK.
In support, Madam Speaker.
Chabeleng MM.
In support, Madam Speaker.
Ntlemo TJ. PADMR. Poto RD. Koshoko MS. Pukubedi.
In support of the minutes. Thank you.
Pretorius M.
I'm voting against the minutes. Thank you, Speaker.
Radise CM.
Abstain, Madam Speaker.
Ramafatani MJ.
In favor of the minutes, Madam Speaker.
Ramafolo MM.
Ramafolo, I support the adoption of the minutes, Madam Speaker.
Ramapagela MF.
Abstain, Madam Speaker.
Ramaselele MS.
In support, Madam Speaker.
Ramarasi MJ.
Support the minutes.
Rapila MP.
Abstain, Madam Speaker.
Rapila PR.
Abstain. In support of the adoption of the minutes. Abstain.
Councillor who? I can't hear you, Councillor.
Madam Speaker.
Speaker, Councillor Rapela, TR, abstain. Councillor Rapela, TR.
Speaker, Councillor Porto, abstain.
Madam Speaker, Councillor Palman, abstain.
Councillor, can you repeat that? I did not get it.
Councillor Balwa, abstain.
Madam Speaker, Councillor Porto, abstain.
Councillor?
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Councillor Moloto, in adoption of the minutes.
Councillor Choshi. Councillor Malawan, abstain. Madam Speaker, Councillor Choshi.
You don't continue with the list anymore.
I'm voting against, Madam Speaker.
Secretariat.
Against the minutes.
Secretariat.
Speaker.
Are you not?
I'm voting against the adoption.
Noted, Councillor.
Speaker, Councillor Mtavini was not mentioned, but I'm in favor of the minutes.
Councillor who? Mtavini.
Yes, Councillor Mtavini.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, Councillor Moloto, MH, in adoption of the.
Thank you.
Speaker, Councillor Shivambu, I support the adoption of the minutes.
Secretariat.
I'm noting, Speaker.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Sibati SA.
Madam Speaker. Councillor Choshi, I didn't make it, but I'm in. I'm abstaining because I didn't hear the minutes.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, Councillor Piedi voting in support of the adoption of the minutes. Thank you.
Noted.
Madam Speaker, Sowale abstain.
Noted. Sibati SA. Shibambu KB. Sibabu NA.
Honorable members, can you please wait for the secretary to read up your name? We may continue, secretary. Thank you.
Can you give us a minute to count the vote?
Okay, thank you, secretary.
Madam Speaker, Councillor Porto,
Councillor Pochoko.
I'm voting in support.
Thank you, Councillor Pochoko.
Thank
Councillor Hine. May you please lower your hands?
Honorable Speaker.
Councillor Hine.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I was submitting to say for the council next time not to have a problems when coming to minutes and whatsoever. Because on the previous council, we took a resolution that the minutes must be taken by the manager of secretariat, not juniors. The juniors will take the minutes in the committee meeting.
We are on voting, please. Can we not?
Yes, I voted. I said I support the minutes. But I was just submitting to say next time the minutes must be taken by the
your support, Councillor Hine. I have not open for the discussion. We are now on voting. Thank you.
I support it. Thank you.
Thank you for your support, Councillor Hine.
You're not audible anymore.
Yes, Councillor, I'm just waiting for the Secretariat.
Thank you.
Secretariat. Are you not finished calculating?
Speaker, we are done. We have 19 councillors abstaining from voting, 45 councillors in support of the minutes, 10 councillors not in support of the minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Speaker?
Councillor Ramapakela.
Yeah, with your permission, Speaker, can we not repeat this type of a situation? I think I thought Honorable Hine would say it this way, but he didn't say it. Procedurally, when a matter is disputed on the minutes and it was discussed, what you do as a speaker, you make a ruling to say, I'm now referring to the headset. I will go and listen to the discussions that were recorded in your presence so that we can correct these minutes and bring them in the next council corrected. There's no voting, there's no argument. Your ruling is final. But I think in the future you'll handle it properly. We must avoid this type of thing. They are unnecessary. We can argue on things that matters, not this type of things. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Ramapakela. Your advice well taken.
I'm sorry, Speaker. My gadget was bothering me while we were voting. I'm voting with, I support
Noted, Councillor Sobati.
I was with Councillor Mpilo while our gadget was bothering us.
Councillor Mpilo may confirm.
I'm confirming, Honorable Speaker, that I'm supporting the vote. Apologies, Chief Whip.
Thank you very much.
Speaker, my hand is up.
It means our calculation in support 47, abstain 19, not in support 10. Thank you very much. The minutes are adopted. We are now.
Speaker, my hand is up. Thank you.
Councillor Max.
Yes, Speaker, I refer you to Rule 10.14.1.
Come again.
10.14. It says that any member may request that the ruling of the Speaker be recorded in the minutes, and a register of such ruling shall be kept by the municipal manager. I request that the ruling that you've made, that I'm not allowed to rectify the minutes, should be minuted in the register of such rulings, please. Secondly, in terms of paragraph Rule 10.14.3, a member who has made a request in terms of Rule 10.14.1 may verbally, during that meeting, require the municipal manager to submit the matter to the mayoral committee, in which event the mayoral committee shall consider the ruling and report thereon to the council. Can I ask that you please make sure that this is being done? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Max. It will be noted as such.
We don't want to be called to order or call ourselves or people call us to order.
EM.
But I think Speaker Councillor Max is out of order. He has called for the division of the House. Now he wants to speak on the same matter that has went through voting. The minutes have been adopted. There is no further discussion on the minutes.
Speaker, on a point of order, the rule is very clear. The rules say that any ruling must be recorded. The mayor is not entitled, is not a speaker of this house to tell anyone is out of order.
I think you have wasted our time, actually, Councillor.
Councillor Max, you are out of order.
Continuously doing that deliberately.
I did not waste the time. I've raised my rules that I'm entitled to.
The speaker is on the floor, and then you are continue speaking.
Speaker, I want to
I didn't allow you
that
to
Councillor
speak
Mpe
to
referred
address the
to.
council. No, Councillor Max.
He's out of order. You can't tell me I'm out of order because he's not the
Please respect me as
speaker.
I'm the council, the chairperson of this council. Please
Well,
respect
tell your
me.
mayor that. He can't tell me I'm out of order.
No,
He's not the
no.
speaker of this house.
This is not
No.
your concern. Max, you have not been recognized to speak. The executive mayor raised on a
Executive
point
Mayor,
of
may you
order.
continue, please?
Can we get the order from the executive mayor, Honorable Speaker, with due respect? Thanks very much.
I think we have said that. Once you take a decision to put the matter to divide the House, you want the decision to be on the basis of voting, on the basis of majority rule. And that the Speaker followed exactly the directive of Councillor Max. He cannot come back to the same matter that has been adjudicated through the vote to speak about the same matter. It cannot be correct. It cannot be. So Max owned this council. He made us to vote knowing very well that his views will never prevail, just to waste time and delay council. And he get away with it. And I think it is time, Max, if you are a lawyer,
Speaker, point of order.
you have been elected here as a council.
Who's Mark, Speaker?
Don't waste our
referring
time.
to your surnames here.
Don't waste our time.
Speaker, on a point of order, is the mayor allowed to refer to another councillor by his surname only and then to tell on record on a public forum that is wasting time? That is not respect.
Councillor Max, you are
Disrespectful.
Let's proceed to the other set of minutes.
You always just want to do.
And then we are on agent council meeting dated 6 January 22. Can I see by the show of hands the
Honorable Speaker.
councillor who adopt it?
Don't use Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Councillor Mukamedi, we are on agent council meeting dated 6 January 2022. Can you adopt?
Yeah, I adopt, Honorable Speaker, but I was just to say that maybe because I have raised my hands and I was not recognized when the executive mayor was speaking. I guess, Honorable Speaker, Councillor Musk must respect the executive mayor. Hence,
I have already
is his executive mayor.
Mukamedi, I have already ruled on that one.
No, Max must come with a good attitude. You mustn't come here with bad attitude to the council. He must not be problematic, this man.
I see the hand of Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I want to second the move for the adoption of the minutes dated 6 January 2022 with the amendments recorded.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rapetwa. The minute is adopted together with the amendments. We are on agent council meeting dated 13 January 2022. Can I see by the show of hands? Councillor Hine. I see
Honorable Speaker. Oh, yes, I was just going to do the same submission because that time we were just voting. That the manager of Secretariat. Hello, Speaker.
Councillor Hine, are you adopting the minutes dated 13 January 2022?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hine. Councillor Mutabine. Councillor Mutabine. Thank you, Councillor Mloto.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. I would like to second the Alta Speaker on adopting the minutes of 13 January 2022.
Thank you, Councillor Mloto. The minutes has been adopted. Secretariat, can you read the next item, please?
Speaker, we are on item number 7. Notice of question and relevant answers. Refer to item 17 in volume 7 of the agenda.
Thank you, Secretariat. Councillor Pretorius. Before that, Councillor Mutabine, Councillor Mloto, Councillor Pukube, can you all lower your hands, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to thank the Directorate of Energy Services for the answers on the written questions that we have put to Council. I just would like to ask a question on page 1139. At the bottom of the page, it says NERSA stipulates that 6% of sale of electricity must be spent on preventative maintenance. Polokwane municipality is spending only 2.3% of the electrical sales. Can I have just an explanation on this? And then on page 1143, the recommendations, I would like to just propose that recommendation number 3 be changed as follows. The municipality should provide a balance of 4.5 million in the next financial year by providing 3 million to adequately address the Iredale electricity problems. And I would like to add a point number 4, recommendation number 4, a public response to the residents of Ivydale be drafted in relation to the petition they signed regarding electricity issues of the area. Thank you very much.
I can see the hand of Councillor Rapetwa.
Yeah, thanks very much, Honorable Speaker. And let me appreciate the submission by Councillor Pretorius, but suffice to highlight to Council that we are not, let us not try to deal with budgetary issues now. When there is time to adjust the budget or when we plan in the next planning phase, we will then deliberate on issues that are to be prioritized in terms of the financial planning of the municipality. And the responses from the energy department, I think it's really welcomed. I will then join in Councillor Pretorius for applauding the department for responding appropriately. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Rapetwa. I can see the hands of Councillor Mark, Councillor Jubert, and then the executive mayor will follow. Thank you. In that order, please.
Thank you, Speaker. I also want to commend the Director for the answers to the questions. However, the second point is there was a petition that was a separate item. And we should remember a petition is not submitted by a councillor in her name or as such. It's on behalf of the community. So I would strongly propose, and I would second what Councillor Mariette Pretorius proposed, that the municipality issue a statement as an answer to that petition. Because you remember, it's the residents of Polokwane who submitted that petition to us as council, and it should therefore be properly communicated to them in a statement and not only in an answer in a council document. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mans. Councillor Jubert.
Thank you, Speaker. I think Councillor Marx raised the issue I wanted to raise on this proposed recommendation 4. I hear what the Chief Whip is saying regarding recommendation 3 and the changing of the budget. But yeah, it's a huge issue for the area that's not being addressed. Every year, they don't get the adequate budget for this to be addressed. So hopefully the ANC administration will look at that for the next IDP, but we accept for now. Thank you.
EM.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think we note the responses. Firstly, let me clarify that Director for report to the accounting officer. And I don't see any reasons for praising him as a person instead of praising the administration under the accounting officer, because this council will hold the accounting officer accountable for lack of action or any action that does not address the plight of that particular community with regard to energy provision.
Yeah. Then anomaly volume than upload.
Speaker, can I be protected? Get those who have not muted to mute.
You are protected, EM.
Thank you. I think we are taking the recommendation as they are. Any particular input that affects either review of service delivery and budget implementation plans and other issues that relate to the budgeting processes will either have to be looked at, we will have to look at as we will be reviewing the budget or through the normal planning process. We understand that the challenges of energy is quite a difficulty to that community, like many other communities across our 45 wards, who we have to reprioritize due to various reasons. We will also deal this matter equally in the same light. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Max, Councillor Mtabine, Councillor Pukube, Councillor Rapetswa, may you please lower your hands?
Thank you, Speaker.
The report is noted.
Speaker, do you recognize me?
Secretariat, please read the next item.
Speaker, that was a new hand.
You have already talked on this one, Councillor Max.
So we're not allowed to reply to what this EM has said.
Okay.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, on the comments from the EM, I think it's a slap in the face of a director. A director is a senior manager, irrespective whether or not they account to the municipal manager. I think the mayor owes the director an apology. That compliment was from his department, and I think it should stay. But be that as it may,
he's muted.
I assume there will be a report soon removing Mr. Fourie as well, because it seems that is what the mayor is doing. He's removing all the mayors, municipal managers and directors.
Secretariat, please read the next item. You are out of order.
We are on item number 8, motions deferred.
Thank you, Secretariat. Next item.
Item number 9, petitions, refer to item 17 in volume 6 of the agenda. 7 of the agenda.
Point of clarity, Speaker.
Councillor Jubet.
Just on that item, there was a suggestion on recommendation 4. Did that pass? I'm not sure if I'm out of order.
We are on agenda item number 9.
I'm talking about the written questions where we asked for a recommendation 4, that public response.
That one, Councillor Jubet.
Did that one not carry? It's just a point of clarity.
Secretariat, have you noted the
It wasn't opposed, if I can ask, was it opposed?
Okay, thank you. Next item, please, Secretariat.
Speaker, I didn't get an answer.
I direct the Secretary to record it, Councillor Jubet.
So the recommendation 4 passed as is. Okay, thank you.
You can't record a clarity. This man is looking for a clarity.
Chief Whip.
Councillor is looking for a clarity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to clarify one aspect before I speak to the proposed addition of the recommendation, that we must desist at all times from trying to divide administration. The executive mayor was correct to say the accounting officer will be held accountable. So there is no way that we should praise other directorates and not praise others. So the work of the administration is one, they are united in their work. And again, Honorable Speaker, on the issue of the additional recommendation, I think the petition was written by specific people. The administration must respond to specific people. We are not going to be issuing out public statements every time as an institution because there are people writing petitions. We will respond appropriately to those whom have requested clarity. I think we should move in that order, Honorable Speaker. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Chief Whip. Executive Mayor.
Thank you very much. I think the Chief Whip has summed it all. And let me also reiterate, just repeat, all communities of Polokwane in all 45 wards are equally important and they will be equally be treated. there will be no special community. If there is, all the communities within our 45 wards are special to us, and no constituency or specific group will be treated differently. The administration will respond to those who wrote the petition, and we are committed to solving their challenges. And equally, their challenges are equally important, like any other challenge of any community in Muleji that has been waiting for electricity for years. And that should be the attitude of Councillor Marx and Councillor Joubert. All communities are important and we'll treat them equally so. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, EM. We have already done justice to this matter.
Speaker, no one said that any community is special. We agree all communities are special, but we never said this community is more special than any other.
On a point of order, Honourable
If you want
Speaker,
to send 400 letters
on
and
a point of
responses,
order, Honourable Speaker.
it's up to you. But one public response, it's fine.
On a point of order, Honourable Speaker.
I have not recognized you.
On a point of order, Honourable Speaker, you never recognized Joubert.
I have done justice to this matter.
Were you recognized?
Secretariat.
Honourable Speaker, we are on item number 11, report of the Executive Mayor, Section A, recommendations of the Mayoral Committee for Council Resolution. Item 1, 2020-2021 Annual Report in Volume 1.
Thank you, Secretariat. I can see the hand of Councillor Pugubye, Councillor Mamabulo, and Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Nkwe. In that order, please.
Honourable Speaker, I think I raised my hand to raise a point of order, but you have covered it. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC. Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I would like to make a comment on page 39. Comments on water services performance overall. At Almada purification plant, there's an automatic system that regulates how many pumps of the three must pump according to the inflow of water. Now that automatic system is not working. So at this stage, during the day and during the night, somebody must go down and switch on 1 or 2 or 3 pumps according to the inflow of water. So I request that automatic system be repaired, which will make a big difference to the volume of water flowing in and being pumped, not flowing in, but being pumped to the reservoirs. Thank you very much. Then I would like to make a comment as well on page 42. With regard to comments on sanitation, at Mashinini pump station, there is an automatic system as well, also regulating how many of the three pumps must run at a time. When there's a big inflow, all 3 must run. When there's a small inflow, 1 must run. But that system, automatic system, also does not work now for a long time. We've lost pumps there, which ceased as a matter of that. And as a result of that, the water, the sewage flows over during the night when all the people are back home, and it runs into the Blood River and from there into the Sand River. So I request that automatic system must be repaired as soon as possible again. Then on page 45, regarding the electricity, we've got a crisis with the street lights in Polokwane, especially in Ledana. We see that hundreds of lights are burning during the day and 24 hours, and other lights are not burning at all. So the crime is rising. Ledana is dark during the night, and the crime is still rising. So we urgently need to rectify the situation regarding the reparation of the streetlights. And then with the purchase of the cherry pickers as well, the cherry pickers were ineffective and they had to go back. So we urgently need the rectification there, please. And then on page 147, regarding the roads, we've still got a crisis with graders in the municipality. We're waiting in Nomada and in Destineng Extension 78. We are waiting.
Can you complete, please?
Yes, we are waiting there for the roads to be graded for 4 months, and in Myn Genoegen we're waiting for that road to be graded already for 4 years after we've requesting all the time. So we need urgent help there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. I can see the hand of Councillor Jubet.
Thank you, Speaker.
You'll follow.
Thank you, Speaker. It seems there was other hands as well. Someone lowered my hand. I didn't lower it myself, so I'm not sure what happened there. But anyway, on page 323, it's in attachment 3 to item 1. It's regarding the AG's report regarding PHA. On bullet 21, 22, and 23, it just refers to the reasonable steps not being taken. Contracts were extended. Of an invoice, going to page 332, if you compare what was billed, it was 9.3 million that was billed, but we only received 3 million. So we can't continue like this. With all due respect, EM, I think you're new here. The MMC for housing is new. I think it's a good setup to have new people on this. If we can just get this sorted in future. It's a big headache for Polokwane. We can't keep on throwing money at PHA and Garena specifically. And with that being said, item 1 is a service delivery issue. With that being said, and all the frustrations with the council meeting for today up to date, I really want to request the mayor to use that open door policy, what he said he will have at the start. We have lots of ideas, we have issues, but we also have ideas to address these issues. And the ideas we have will make Polokwane prosper, all 45 wards. So we really would like to... Yeah,
you conclude, please.
Final sentence, it's fine. When the EMs was... We had a meeting with the EM at the start, and we would say we would have a consultative meeting with political parties to discuss issues like he did with all other stakeholders. We have not had a meeting like that. So it's just an open invitation, or we request an open invitation if we can have a meeting like that as he promised previously. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Jubet. Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do appreciate. Honourable Madam Speaker, service delivery issues is one of the biggest concerns in Polokwane municipality. And I would like to request that we look into the customer care policy again, as our executive mayor promised, the open door policy. But we have customers phoning in and they don't get a number or a reference or anything, and that makes the situation so much complicated in Polokwane to follow up on service delivery issues. So please, Honourable Madam Speaker, I'm requesting that we look into the customer care policy again. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Buota. Councillor Chidi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to fellow colleagues. Good afternoon to the EM as well and yourself, Speaker. Mine is just two submissions. One, with the AG letter, I just wanted the EM to clarify on paragraph 2, sentence number 2, when the AG said that they are highly technical matters. Do we have an idea what these technical matters the AG was referring to, the one in relation to 2019, 2020? And then for compliance sake, so that we comply with the Municipal Structures Act, Section 79, the newly amended, particularly Section B up to D, which says that the functions of MPEC is to review internal audit reports, initiate and develop the oversight of annual reports. Therefore, I would request that we add recommendation 3 and refer this annual report to MPEC, even though we have not yet received the Auditor General's report. The new amendment, in fact, allows for the annual report to be referred to MPEC for scrutiny while awaiting the AG. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chidi. Councillor Rapeto.
Thanks once again, Honorable Speaker. And let me appreciate the inputs that says management administration must improve on maintenance issues in order to better service our communities. And that was raised specifically by Councillor Lawrence. And I think the presence of administration in the form of the municipal manager and director is to indeed get the feeling of council in terms of service delivery and other related matters. So we urge on administration to improve where they have to improve in terms of maintaining our infrastructures to better service our people. And I will also want to agree that indeed the annual report, like quarterly report and the media report, MPEC should exercise oversight on this report and on the work of management. So I think the addition of the recommendation is in order, and I'm in support there too. And on the other issues of evaluating, and I think the annual report only gives us what was the status and how we've worked in the previous financial year and how then to improve going into the next or upcoming financial years. I think the report should be noted and the recommendation that it be referred to MPEC be included. Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Chief Whip. MMC Ngwe.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Yeah, I'm seconding the Chief Whip when he says the report must be noted. And the annual report is a comprehensive report of municipal activities during the year. So we have noted input from Councillor Lawrence that will make sure that we do improve on the maintenance issues. On the issue of Councillor Joubert, I think during the joint portfolio of housing and finance, we agreed that in the next meeting, we'll have a more detailed report on Arena Phase 2. This report is mainly for checking the performance, both financial and both in the admin and finance, and we must check this report doesn't include the financial part because of the delays in the Auditor General. So the letter is there, is clear and straightforward. If you can check the last sentence, it says the finalization of the external audit process remains a critical milestone in the accountability process. And according to AGSA, the finalization of the audit report will be done by the 9th February 2022. So I move for the report to be noted. Seconding the Chief Whip.
Thank you, MMC. Executive Mayor.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And let me appreciate the input made. There was an issue related to technical issues raised by the AG. One is assets impairments. The AG require more detailed information from project managers on tracking of repairs and maintenance after year end. 2, assets, land ownership, to do physical land verification to ensure that land is or is not under control of municipality. Those issues, maybe just to answer the councillor, related more to asset management. And I think from the previous audit outcome, councillors who have been part of the municipality for some time, one of the critical area that AG is concerned about with regard to the issues of audit relate to asset management. And I've just give you the hint of the 2 aspects that the AG is looking at. But also the other issues will relate to building plan revenue. There are no building
Am
plans.
I audible?
Speaker.
Honorable councillors. Honorable members.
Positive, you're audible.
Yes, you're audible.
Yes, Speaker, you're audible.
You're audible.
Speaker, am I still on the floor? Speaker, am I still on the floor?
Yes, EM. I was disconnected.
All right. So the challenges of building plant revenue, as there no plans for old buildings in the cities that are available within our records and so forth. So therefore the tariff charges cannot be traced to the plans, and there's quite a number of issues that relate to assets and related issues within the city. I wanted just to clarify the more technical issues that are still matters that the AG has actually raised issues on, and as Councillor TD and I think other councillors have raised with regard to that. The most important thing that I want to appreciate is that there are specific areas where councillors have noted that there are challenges and issues raised by the AG with regard to our housing agency, which need to be addressed. Definitely we would have to have a clear plan, audit action plan to deal with all the issues that has been raised by the AG at the end of the audit outcome report, and part of which might relate if it touches on irregular expenditure or fruitless expenditure and so forth, and other issues that might be referred to Financial Misconduct Board. It may also mean that we may have to take disciplinary action against those who are involved in creating those irregular expenditure. And maybe that today we are at one, all of us as councillors, to say that there must be consequences for things that are not supposed to be done, irregular activities within the administration. And all of us are agreeing. and let us agree that at the end, we do not only need the audit report or the audit report. Audit report may form a basis for us to do further diagnosis of the organizational challenges of which we may need to act or to come up with a turnaround strategy to ensure that we put back the administration into where it is supposed to be. I agree, our client service is at its own lowest, and I saw that some of the officials have started to change and find a way of serving our people better. But it is not just human beings or human challenges, human resource challenges. It's systematic. We don't have a proper call center that gives people the references numbers and only get to resolve those references numbers before they are taken out by the resolution of the problem. We've got a serious challenge with regard to that. And I think that is an area where we will deal with in order to make sure that we win back the confidence of the people that the institution called Polokwane can on its own respond to issues without people having to call the mayor. People don't need to call the mayor or the councillor to get their problem resolved. They need a working institution, a working system, and a working administration that resolve issues. When you phone the organization, you don't even need to know who is the chairperson of the board or who is the CEO. You need your problems to be resolved. And that is the area where we found ourselves lacking. Telephones, people phone Polokwane, they never get their phones to be answered. They never get their problems to be resolved. And what we can commit to council is that those are amongst other things that we are going to address. And in order to address systematic challenges that some of whom may not be stipulated into our annual report, we will do further diagnosis of where the problem is. And believe me, honorable councillors, we would love to address the issue of maintenance, where the requisite percentage of budget go to preventative maintenance. But at this stage, with the current cash flow situation of Polokwane, you are unable to do so. And that is why we're looking at various solutions, and that I have to have a meeting with the DG of National Treasury to look at various ways in which we can resolve challenges of Polokwane, which are imminent. Also, commitment that has been made from the previous council, where contracts were committed to without making sure that the requisite financial abilities to meet those obligations. So we are not presenting this report saying everything is rosy. Many things are not in the proper order for us to be able to say, indeed, we are moving in the right direction. And that's what we want to do. That is why we're going to have a strategic planning to try and make sure that whatever we come up with a solution to our problem to council, it is something that we have been able to analyze properly and also seek advice or professional assistance where required.
In conclusion,
I'm going to request Councillor, let me just say, make sure that I have, there's a councillor who spoke about specific problems in the city. If I'm not mistaken, Speaker, I think he was talking about problems that are happening in terms of maintenance, and he was specific. I'm going to request the councillor to give those details to me or to write directly to my office to give me that information. I don't think it's Councillor Joubert or Councillor Max. It's Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Lawrence, of course, yeah. Councillor Lawrence, I really appreciate those details. I need you to write to me that information that you have to direct it to my office so that we can address those non-working areas of our system of supplying water to the residents. So I really need that information urgently, over and above that it has been minuted, but I believe that we cannot wait to resolve those particular issues. If I can get that information as soon as possible, I will appreciate that. I think, Speaker, I tried to address the issues as raised, but other issues we have actually noted, and I think we would be able to deal with those issues raised by councillors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, EM. The report is noted.
Speaker, my hand is up.
Councillor Jubet.
Thank you, Speaker. I see there's other hands as well. Yeah, thank you, EM, through you, Speaker, to the EM for that detailed answer. I think it gives us a bigger picture of the AG report coming and what's being done in the background. But I want to differ a bit to what the EM said the last portion. We requested Councillor Lawrence to put what he said in writing. That's exactly the reason why we want a stakeholder type meeting that, with all respect, you've had with all wards, etc., and communities, but you have not had that type of detailed engagement with political parties. What Councillor Lawrence mentioned was all but a few of those. We have many of them. If you want us to raise them one by one in council, this council will end tomorrow, I promise you. So we're just requesting that open engagement where we can exchange ideas and get that platform for addressing issues. I know we can raise them in council, but at the start of a term, I would just have thought, and especially with a new mayor, nothing that you're a new mayor, but you're new to Polokwane specifically, if we can just get that sorted. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker.
Councillor Chief Whip, press order.
Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker. The order was on Councillor Joubert. I think it's misleading council by saying the executive mayor never had stakeholder engagements in reference to political parties. I think upon his arrival in Polokwane, he had stakeholder engagements. He called political parties. Only I remember the EFF and the Freedom Front Plus being in attendance. So I think next time, political parties must honor such invitations by the executive mayor, just to correctly inform that regard.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you, Chief Whip. Councillor Ramapakela.
Honorable Speaker, I think the detailed response by the mayor, it is obviously taking the municipality into a new trajectory, which is not objected or disputed by us. I just want to raise few issues here. Number one is that we should grasp properly the amended clauses in the Structures Act and ensure that we understand the role of MPEC properly, because it is now been given more strength and more power to deal with the issues in council, so that we don't come back to council and argue on how MPEC relates to AG reports. Number two, this is now a suggestion that the strategic planning, which the EM says is planning to happen, I don't know why opposition parties are not invited to the strategic planning. It's like a strategic planning of the caucus of the ANC. There are areas where you need an input of all parties, just as the way Paris is constituted. That is a strategic planning on a smaller scale, although someone may argue on a technical aspect of what strategic planning is. My request is, if you could invite also the opposition parties to the strategic planning session, and make the vision and the top layer SDPIP of the municipality a product of all parties, so that we all own up to what we are working on. We shouldn't feel like we are implementing the ANC's program. Obviously, you are the majority party and you are governing and you are leading council.
On conclusion, Councillor Ramaphosa.
But we are here for a purpose. That is my request, Honorable Speaker, that we be invited to the strat plan, even if it's not the strat plan from the beginning to the end. You may structure it in such a way that when it comes to budget issues, top layer SDBIP, and then let us all be there, and all other matters you can deal with them on your own. That is my request. That is what made the previous administration to overcommit this municipality by taking 3 loans which we could not afford. They were there as a ANC caucus strategic planning. We could have.
Thank you, Councillor Ramaphosa. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Mine is up, Speaker.
Executive Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we will have another consultation with with political parties. Sorry that I did not mention within 14 days from now, just as a follow-up to the meeting which was not that well attended in previously, when we wanted to meet the stakeholders, and through the office of the Chief Whip will coordinate that meeting where we will interact and get all the inputs. And secondly, I do not know the structure of strategic planning on how you structure your strategic planning session, but it is important that political parties are all represented at the strategic planning. Obviously, the influence, and I think we need to understand that obviously there will always be an influence of a majority party in council in what we seek to achieve going forward. But those issues cannot be limited not to listen to whatever other constituencies their views are, their aspirations are. So I just wanted to clarify that. And then we will definitely, through the office of the Chief Whip, ensure that there might be those strategic meetings where it's mainly limited to the executive or mayoral committee and the administration, but for a broader strategic planning, political parties will be represented. And if there's anything, sometimes it's maybe Councillor Lawrence, just a WhatsApp to me is well enough for me to be able to ensure that we address some of the pressing issues that you are experiencing on a day-to-day basis within your ward or within a particular area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, EM. And Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You will submit your list to the EM's office.
Yes.
And then the report is noted with most important inputs with inclusion of political parties at the strategic planning. Thank you, Secretariat. Can you read the next item, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the EM.
Only donkey sing this one.
Speaker, we are on item number 2, 2021-2022 mid-year budget and performance assessment report in volume 2. Thank you.
Niemand voor.
Executive Mayor.
Johan Sikverkok.
Your mic is on.
Secretariat. Read the next item, please.
We are now in volume 3. Item number 3, update report on the recruitment, selection and appointment processes for the position of municipal manager.
Next item.
Item number 4, notice of the resignation of the chairperson of Audit and Performance Audit Committee and request for the recruitment of the services of additional 2 suitable persons to serve as APEC members for the Polokwane Municipality and Polokwane Housing Association.
Councillor Chidi. Councillor Lawrence, may you please lower your hands?
Thank you once more, Madam Speaker. With regard to item 4, I just wanted to know that with the resignation of the APEC chairperson, with the next item that is coming, who's going to make a presentation on that item and who will be taking accountability with that particular item. However, to engage on item 4, recommendation 5, where it says that a panel of members will need to sit to appoint new members. I wanted to know if it's possible that we consider issues of good governance, transparency, and accountability, and maybe have one member of the opposition serving in that panel. Thank you, Chair. Just something to look at as far as, having issues of transparency and good governance.
Chief Whip.
Thank you very much once again, Honorable Speaker. I think the report itself answers the question as to who then becomes the chair. They said they will on a rotational basis chair the committee. But with regard to the presentation of their report, I think they will agree among themselves as to who then becomes acting in terms of rendering that particular functionality. In terms of recommendation number 5, where it is suggested that added to the panel a member of the opposition, I think we must always at all times, Honorable Speaker, ensure that those who are leading administration in this regard, where there is an MMC who's a politician, MMC of Finance, yourself as the Speaker, and the MMC Admin and Governance, represent the political aspect of the panel, and the rest will represent the administrative aspect of the panel. Let us not try and politicize this, because we are having the head of politics in terms of representation with regards to that panel. Thanks very much. I think the recommendations should be taken as they are, Honorable Speaker, through you. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Chief Whip. Councillor Max.
Speaker, I would second the proposal that one of the members of the opposition be part of the panel. I think it's good for accountability, transparency. It can be any one of the members of the opposition. I propose that it be the chief whip of the official opposition or the leader of the official opposition. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Max. MMC Mamavulo.
Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker. I just want to say I support the report SET, and I also appreciate the deliberations that honorable councillors have made in terms of this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mavullo. Executive Mayor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think we are at a stage where we need not reinvent the wheel. There are incidences where members of the mayoral committee, being part and parcel of council, will represent all of us. And those reports that are generated from where they represent us will still come to council. We should not create a situation whereby we would love to micromanage processes to that particular extent, using the name transparency, which sound very much politically correct, to try and reverse. We must understand that we come from the elections. We have elected leadership of the municipality by the community of Polokwane. And now out of that, we've got those who are representing us in various committees. I will not be able to sit in every committee of council. And the limitation is that if you are not the majority party, you may not be everywhere. So let's accept the fact that the norm remains that we've got a member of the mayoral committee or whoever. Let's say we want to interview the municipal manager. The laws stipulate who should be there, so we should not reinvent the wheel in this regard. And Speaker, I request that we proceed with the norm in terms of the representation with regard to this process of audit committee, and not try to bring our creativity into it. If there are any other issues that members feel very strongly that we may need to change, let's allow political parties to interact at their own forums where they are able to convince each other, like the forum that we will create in the next 14 days, but also at the strategic planning. Thank you.
Thank you. The recommendations are supported. Secretariat, next item, please.
My hand is up, Speaker.
Councillor Lawrence, I asked you to lower your hands in the previous item, so I think maybe it's the old one.
It's a new one. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to make a comment with regard to supply chain management. At the stores, we have a policy of minimum stock levels, stating that when the stock is on a certain level, that stock must be purchased. But this policy is not followed. What is happening then is when the water pipe bursts, for example, then it's not in stock and we must go through contractors, and they have a marked up of 40%, so we can save a lot.
Lawrence, there's an order from Chief Whip.
Thanks very much, Honourable Speaker. I think Councillor Lawrence is lost. We're on the report of APEC and he's speaking to something else, delaying council time. Can we follow with the debates, and can we move in respect of your ruling that the recommendations are supported, and then we move to the next item, Speaker? Thanks very much.
Order sustained. Secretariat, next item, please.
Speaker, we are on item number 5.
Speaker, on a point of order, we want to raise that we are against this item, as we have proposed that one of the opposition leaders should also be on the panel. Can we please proceed to voting on this topic? Thank you.
Which item, Mr. Councillor Max?
You would remember that there was a proposal that a member of the opposition be added on the panel. I've seconded the proposal, and I request that we proceed to voting on this proposal. Otherwise, you should mark that we disagree with the item and that we should vote on the
Councillor
item.
Max.
Thank you.
Your hands were down when I make the ruling. I've already said the recommendation are supported.
No, we are not supporting it. You did not ask if we support the item. The rules say you must ask.
No, Councillor Max. No, I've already.
Speaker, with all due respect, the rules say you must ask if we are in support.
The next item.
You did not ask if we are in support.
Secretariat.
On a point of order, Honorable Speaker, on a point of order.
Secretariat, I'm not taking
On a
order.
point of order.
Secretariat.
We are on item number 5, second quarter 2021-2022 APEC report to council.
Normally on this one, the report must be presented by the chairperson. And so as the chairperson has already resigned, let's note the report as it is. Honorable members. Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think I want to agree with you in terms of noting the report, because we have received this report 72 hours, and I think all councillors have gone through the report. I will just note I just want to support you in terms of noting of the report. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Chief Whip. Councillor Ramapakela. Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Chi.
Speaker.
The Executive Mayor will follow.
Speaker, the absence of the... Sorry?
You may continue, Councillor Ramapakela.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the absence of the presenter does not make the report not to be presented. In this instance, Honorable Speaker, we refer the report to MPEC. Then MPEC will deal with the report and give back to council what it has observed in the report, which council has raised with this APEC before they could even draft this report. Because if you say it must just be noted, then it was noted. If there are problems in the report, we don't know. What we need to assist APEC with, we don't know. Reading it doesn't mean we have discussed it.
Noted,
I've
Councillor
read it.
Ramapakela.
Okay, Speaker, thank you.
In that order, please. Councillor Chidi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I will not want to waste the time of council and repeat, because like I've indicated, the chairperson is not there who will take accountability of the report. But suffice to say, since the Honorable Ramapakela has indicated that we perhaps refer the report to MPEC so that MPEC can look into the report, and once it comes to council, hopefully we'll have a chairperson by then who would have the capacity to answer to questions, because there's a number of questions which I wanted to raise, but unfortunately, as things stand, there is no one who would respond to those questions. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Chidi. Councillor Jubert.
Yes, Speaker. No, I'm covered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. EM.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think we should have made arrangement for one in the committee, because the report is a product of the collective of the committee. But however, I think noting the report and referring it to MPEC, for further scrutiny of issues, I don't think that defeat the oversight objective of the report. But however, I think if we want to return the report back as well, because MPEC will not be able to come back and report and give us the report on the report of the audit committee, because these are committees that are given various responsibility by law. So what goes to MPEC is not just what are the comments of the auditor of the audit committee. It also involves the entire reports. If it is a media report or it's an annual report, it is always referred back to MPEC. So, however, my take is that let's note the report and refer it back to the actual committee, so that they can come back and present their own reports. They don't report to us via another committee. They are reporting directly to us as council. So let's note the report. However, we still insist that the report be presented with ownership by the chairperson or acting chairperson of the audit committee. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. The report is noted and referred back to MPEC for further scrutiny. Secretariat, next item, please.
We are on item number 6, MPEC second quarter operational report 2021-2022.
Next item, Secretariat.
Item number 7, 2021-2022 first quarter institutional performance report.
Councillor Pretorius.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Speaker, sorry. I just want to speak on the second last bullet on page 650, the refurbishment of the city pool. It looks like there's no budget for this financial year, and I just want to say the refurbishment of the pool is long outstanding, and the area has become very unsafe. The pool area, there's a lot of drugs being sold there. There's public drinking. So that whole area must be upgraded in a very, very urgent manner. It's been very long outstanding. Polokwane is the capital of the north. We do get a lot of guests coming to have national galas at this pool, and it must really be upgraded as a matter of urgency. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pretorius. Councillor Jubet.
Thank you, Speaker. I will refer to page 607 on the hard copy. I'm not sure if it's the same on the digital copy, but this was raised in the joint portfolio as well, where we discussed this document. Some of the pages, it's really difficult to follow. So it's nothing specific on the report, but just the quality of the printing. I'm not sure where the problem is from administration or if it's secretariat or how it's sent to them. But I'm using this as an example. There's similar examples in other volumes as well. If they can just please look at that. We can't read some of the pages. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jubet. Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, once again. And I want to join Councillor Jubert in terms of sending a very strong message to administration that the documents that they are preparing for us, we should be able to interact with the documents. We should be able to read, because it will not make sense for us to have the document which we cannot read. I think it is the quality of printing. But also to say that we do not necessarily open up the budgeting process, as that process is still coming, and all those areas of civil delivery which are a priority or of which we should be able to deal with as in a matter of agency. We take all these matters to the budgeting process and we engage them at that level. And Honorable Speaker, I think we should note the report the recommendations there too. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Chief Whip. The report is noted. Next item, Secretariat.
Speaker, my hand was up.
My apology, Councillor Chidi.
Okay, just for matter of compliance, let the first quarter institutional performance report be referred to MPEG. Thank you.
Correct. Noted, Secretariat. Next item, please.
Speaker, we are on item number 8 in volume 4, 2021-2022 second quarter institutional performance report.
The same principle will apply on this one, Secretariat. Next item.
We are on item number 9 in volume 5. Report on all the wards that have benefited from the allocation of the community work program during 2016-2021 term of council.
Councillor Marx.
Thank you, Speaker. With reference to page 840 as well as 841 of the report, it is noted that the city cluster and Seshego cluster did not benefit at all in the last 5 years. Then on page 842, it said that it were 100 participants who are located per ward in the Mankweng Seba Yen cluster. But it doesn't explain who decided that they must be prioritized. Same in 2015, same in 2016. What I want to know through you to the Mayor, who made these allocations? Who decided on these allocations? If you look at our current arrears of municipal bills, you'll see that the best payers are actually City Cluster and Seshego Cluster. Most of the projects is being done in City Cluster and Seshego Cluster. The rapid transport system, for example. My question to you, to the Mayor, is why don't we use people in our wards to work in our wards? Why do the other clusters get favoritism by the administration? Why don't the council decide which areas should be consulted first? I can't accept that in 5 years, the City and Seshego cluster did not receive one CWP opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marx. Chief Whip.
Thanks once again, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in terms of this allocations as to who allocates, I think there is a committee which is called the Local Reference Committee, LRC, which comprises of councillors in Polokwane, the implementing agent that is appointed by Coxstar, and also the officials from Coxstar, who are actually the owner of this particular program of community work program, because it is implemented by Coxstar. So it is in that forum where it is decided on the participants on this particular community work program. And I think maybe to encourage councillors from various wards to attend when there are such meetings of LRC, so that they can shape it from there. Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Chief Whip. Thank you, Chief Whip. Next item, please. Secretariat.
Speaker, we are on item number 10. Report to prioritize the urgent need of stormwater and relocation of affected houses in Polokwane Extension 76.
Okay, I can see the hand of Jubet, Councillor Jubet, and also Councillor Buota.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm a bit worried about this report. Page 847 and 848, that seems to be the gist of a report. There's no comment from CFO or legal or someone from housing. But if you go and look at recommendation 1, that houses located across the discharging point be relocated to allow ample servitude, free flow and discharge, etc. Is there no financial implication? What's the legal ramifications? What's the issue from housing and planning? I can't understand how we can allow this to go on, or this report to go on. With all due respect, I think this report should be bulked up a bit and be referred back so we can make a proper decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jubet. I can see the hand of Councillor Chief Whip.
Thanks very much, Speaker. I think I want to agree with the latter speaker that we refer the report back, because we have agreed on the principle and the quality of our report that it should have both the legal and the financial implications for us to make proper and informed decisions. I want to support that it goes back and it comes back with all, it is referred back and comes back with all those important aspects that were required, that are being required by us as council, so that we can make proper decisions on the matter. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Chief Whip. I can see the hands of Councillor Katu, and the EM will be the last one to speak. Thank you. In that order.
Okay. Speaker, I will also support the Chief Whip on this one, but in the roads and transport portfolio, we were just aware of the flooding of the challenge taking place in extension 76, and looking at it as a very urgent matter which is affecting the lives of our community. And when we look at it, we were saying the portfolio committee is just requesting council to mandate management to further investigate the flooding problem in the area, so that a further report with cost estimates will be submitted to council once the full investigation by the engineers and designs are completed. But I will, as the Chief Whip has already spoken, I just wanted to give a little bit of a background on this one, because it's not on the IDP. It's just something which is very urgent, which we looked at as it's affecting the lives of the community which is staying in that area. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. EM.
Yeah, I think we have, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think we have agreed that reports must have financial and legal implications and other implications that involve the work to be done. We know that this is a pressing issue, is an urgent matter that can affect the lives of the people who are residing there, and it has been there for some time. Let's agree that these reports, together with the budget adjustment report in the next council, must actually serve, so that if ever we are proceeding with the financial and legal implications of it, it should then be part of the budget adjustment, like any other issues that we have agreed that is the priority. However, whether we will deal with the matter or not depend on financial implications in particular, as well as the legal implications. Being able to afford it, but by now we know that there is a challenge there. We are noting the fact that there are serious problems, and further investigations must be done in the whole area, so that we do not come back, deal with the matter now, and come back again, another person say, no, but you only dealt with part of the problem. So we're also encouraging the relevant department or directorate and the accounting officer to do further investigation in the area and come up with a comprehensive support that includes those implications. Thank you very much.
Thank you, EM. The report is referred back for legal and financial implementation.
Speaker.
Councillor Ramapakela.
Speaker.
Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. Yeah, can we be very clear that Council resolves that this is an urgent matter that needs to be attended to? Therefore, as the EM said, agrees that management proceed with the investigation of the matter with a view to allocate a budget to this area during the budget adjustment process. Let it be clear so that we don't say we have not agreed. We have agreed that this must happen, unless if there is an objection to say this is not a priority, there's no danger, there's no need to budget for it. The biggest challenge that we're having, I heard one of the colleagues saying it's not in the IDP. It does not have to be in the IDP because this is an unforeseen circumstances. It's like an accident. Although there has to be a budget for such things, but if people's lives are in danger, like we say, it's not a service that we say it is a luxury to the people. We are saving people's lives here. If we agree or we don't agree, let us be clear. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Ramapakela. I hope we are all in agreement. I hope, Secretariat, you have been able to capture that. So
yes.
Let's proceed to the next item, please. Let's proceed to the next item.
Speaker, we are on item 11, financial report for the period ended 31 October 2021.
Councillor Jubet.
No, apologies. I actually wanted to talk on the previous item, but you made your ruling. It's fine.
Thank you, Councillor. Next item.
Item number 12, financial report for the period ended 30 November 2021.
Speaker, my hand was actually up on a previous item, but I can ask it here as well.
Councillor Max.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, on page 858, it's actually the previous item, but the question remains the same on the current item as well. I see the overtime report by municipal vote, the average in October 89%, human settlement, for example, 118%, public safety 108%. That seems to be extremely high. The overtime, I see a lot of residents complaining on our Facebook page about seeing municipal officers doing things overtime. What are the mayor and his team of MMCs do about the overtime and especially the amount of overtime and the value that we pay for overtime, because we pay, I think, 150% the normal salary or double the normal salary. What are we doing to limit the overtime by our administration? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jubet. Executive Mayor.
Speaker, my hand is also up. Sorry.
Okay, before that, Executive Mayor, Councillor Jubet.
Thank you, Speaker. I think it might assist if I ask before the Mayor replies. Just in relation to the overtime as well. Previously, we were told the shift system would assist, although it wasn't universally, it wasn't a universal approach. But we were told the shift system would start to address the overtime issues. And also just want to mention something that was discussed in the joint portfolio. The CFO made a good suggestion. I'm not sure if I can praise him for that. Apparently, we're not allowed. But to identify or to get an app for the municipality to have a service delivery app, so people can log their calls. There's a sequence number, a call number, and then you can use that app for lots of purposes. There you can see there was an electrical issue logged on 8 o'clock in the morning, and it was only addressed 6 o'clock at night. And then you can actually go and investigate why did it take so long. If we have something like that, you can address the overtime issues. But I'll listen to the EM's reply. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jubet. Before the EM, I see the hand of Councillor Hine. Councillor Ramapakela, is your hands the old one or the new one? Councillor Ramapakela?
Madam Speaker?
I think your hands is the old one, not the new one.
No, I haven't raised a hand now.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Hine, and then Councillor Nko will follow after that. In that order.
Hello, Honorable Speaker, you can hear me? Hello, I'm audible.
Yes, Councillor Hine.
Yes, okay. Thank you, through you, Honorable Speaker. I think the EM has spoken about the issue of not having a proper call center, which is the other issue that is causing the overtimes to be high, because there's a lot of things that cannot be traced. And on our joint portfolio of admin and finance, we also talked about this thing because even on the issue of people who find them in town, doing one pothole, there are 20 of them. We said the directors and the managers must start to monitor them. Also on the community services, about the traffic cops who are going for funerals and whatsoever. Some on the funerals, it ended around 10 or 9 or 11. They will just remain there until 3, 4 o'clock. We raised those issues. So this thing of the EM said that we need a proper a call center where all issues and everything can be traced. We'll have the reference numbers, we'll have these things. I think we have to monitor this because it's costing us a lot at the municipality. I think I support everything about that we must have and things that we can do, that we make sure that we reduce this cost of overtime, because some they do it purposely, because you find that they have to repair things during the day. They don't do that work. They remain that they have to do it with extra hours, and because there's no proper monitoring on all those things. I think if that thing of proper call centers will assist us, I submit. Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you, Councillor Hine. Singwe.
No, thanks, Speaker. Yeah, I think the latter two speakers covered me. We discussed about this during our portfolio and the joint portfolio. And I think it's high time we actually action the recommendations, because corporate services must give us a policy so that if you can check public safety, energy services, the overtime is way above what we have budgeted for. So I think it's high time we are having a policy where we can cap the overtime to minimum 40%. And also the issue that they've raised, the issue of having an app. It's going to assist a lot, because like they've said, there are many issues where we are not sure, because in the report they are given reasons for overtime, but those reasons they are not valid enough. So an app will assist the municipality. Also, we have recommended the departments in their portfolios, all responsible portfolios, discuss the overtime reports in their portfolios, because it cannot be finance alone which deals with this issue of finance of overtimes. So we are suggesting all the portfolios to discuss the overtimes of their portfolio during their monthly portfolios. Thanks, Speaker.
Speaker.
Thank you very much. Executive Mayor.
Speaker, can I talk before the executive, please?
Councillor Ramapakela.
Thank you. It's not good to speak after the executive. Honorable Speaker, I think when we deal with matters of overtime, especially with those units that deal with essential services, we need to be very, very sober. We don't have to deal with them with a sense of suspicion that they are creating things for their own benefit, even if it is that way. Because when you deal with this type of matter, experience is a good teacher. You'll have these people being told that in terms of the policy adopted by council, the expenditure is being kept so much. It's fine. We will save. And you will have the public crying, saying, we've been calling for maintenance of this matter and it has not been attended. When you ask why, they say, no, we were told by the executive manager that the policy says we must not do the following after this time, or there's no money. Either way, you have a problem. So we need to approach this with a sober mind and adopt a policy which will not make the municipality lose or gain, but reflect the wisdom of the public representatives on managing both the administration and the public needs. So we need to be very, very steady. I know that the question raised now, if you were to take them up now and develop a document, we'll develop a very harsh document, only to sit with this document and it becomes the very painful thing in our flesh. So let us be sober, agree that you cannot, these guys cannot resist temptation. We need to be wise enough to reduce it or to deal with it. And also that we did not deny the public maintenance when they need it. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Executive Mayor.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think some other issues I think I'm covered. What is important is that we need to do a proper analysis. We need to do a proper analysis as to departments as well. There are departments that, you know, people need to work over the weekend and even on holiday. Those departments are known that these ones need to be on standby whether you like it or not. Those are departments where you can target the policy on shift work and have more people. Instead of paying one person salary of two people, you need to say you are working on shift. There are those who will come in over the weekend or during holidays and during the night to work. I'm just giving a typical example. So the introduction of shift work will also, in addition, be one of those policy changes that need to be effected in those particular departments. But having said that, what is key is also monitoring, you know, and management. If managers don't manage their own people and they are loyal unto themselves, nobody, even with a system, can replace leadership and management. And that's what we are paying managers to do. If they can't do their work, then they will have to go home. Because we will not sit here as council to do other people's work and pay them at the end of the month. So they will have to do their work as well. We will bring in new system, new policies and so forth, but they will still need managers to manage and leaders to provide leadership in their own spaces. So I think it's just an emphasis that all of us agree that something needs to be done on this high cost of overtime that we're paying. However, without reducing services to the people that need those services, we need to find a way of improving on both policies, structural arrangements and systems that need to be put in place and ensure that those who are employed to manage and to lead, they are doing exactly what they are paid for. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. All those inputs and intervention are noted. The report is noted. Secretariat, next item.
Speaker, we are on item number 13 in volume 6, financial report for the period ended 31 December 2021.
Same principle, next item.
Item 14, bids awarded for the first quarter of 2021-2022 financial year.
Next item. Or before, Councillor Max.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, just remember it takes some time to click on the hand. I think that might be the issue. Speaker, is it possible that the bids that has been awarded be attached to the item? To just say that a bid was awarded for that amount doesn't really assist. If the actual bid documents is also attached, then we can peruse same to see if that bid is actually reasonable and market related. Because some of the items there doesn't seem to be market related. But if we actually read the bid document, then it might make sense, because maybe the scope of work is more extensive than what is stated on the summary. So can we ask that in future, all bids that was awarded must be accompanied by the actual bid, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Max. Councillor Chief Whip.
Thanks once again, Honorable Speaker. I think we must not try and do the work of administration. We as councillors, our role is to exercise oversight, and we must not at all be seen trying to deal with issues of procurement, as those are strictly issues of administration, and we might not want to find ourselves being labeled as trying to interfere. I think the Auditor General, on a yearly basis, analyzes these particular bids and will then write if ever they are irregular, whether we are appointing service providers not on market-related values, whether irregularly the report that council dealt with in terms of the conduct of a particular director. So it's for administration to inform council that for this bid we have awarded this and that. We may not want to get into the nitty-gritties of those bids. That is strictly the work of administration. I think the report, both item number 14 and 15, are just for noting by us as council, and administration should deal with administrative issues. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Chief Whip. Councillor Jubet.
Thank you, Speaker. Am I recognized? Hello?
Yes, Councillor Jubet, you may proceed.
Sorry, I think it was a cut on my side. I respectfully disagree with the Chief Whip. I think this is still part of oversight. We're not meddling in any administration or interfering in any part of the adjudication process. This is after everything has been done. So I don't think we are interfering with administration in any case or going into the nitty-gritties. We should be going into the nitty-gritties. That's a part of oversight. So I respectfully disagree with what the Chief Whip now said.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gibet. I can see the hand of MMC followed by the EM.
Speaker, my hand was also up. Thank you.
You've already spoken to the items. Councillor Max. Councillor Max.
Speaker, have you not recognized me?
Thank you, Speaker. I take note that I've only spoke once. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor MMC.
Oh, thanks, Speaker. Yeah, I'm saying I support what the Chief Whip has said because, you know, the things that they want us to submit here, some of them, they contain personal information and the Copy Act doesn't allow that. So we'll check with the legal department to make inputs. But for now, we won't include them because the Copy Act doesn't allow us to share personal information of people. Thanks.
To MMC Executive Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think we all agree that we need to play our oversight as council, but there are mechanisms to play oversight. There are committees that report to us, the audit committee, financial board, financial misconduct board, there is MPEC. There are so many oversight committees that rule, and we've got also the AG, Auditor General. We must not be tempted as councillors while we have been excluded from the SCM process to include ourselves by making council to become a review committee for tenders. And I think that is where we will start questioning, because the issue of saying why not this one, why this one, is a space that will create a whole lot of challenges. There's a risk to be managed with regard to high risk to be managed with regard to that. And I think I must concur with both the MMC for Finance and the Chief Whip that unless we are told that there is something horribly wrong that need to be investigated, so far we should not go towards that particular direction. If there are some challenges, let them on merit says that we see this, there are some challenges with regard to 1, 2, 3. And I believe that in council, decisions are processed from somewhere where even where councillors are sitting, they can convince each other up until it reaches mayoral committee and then here if we want to review the current arrangements. But it must never make us to become a review committee for tenders. It must be that if there's anything wrong that is happening, not only on tenders, it might be on HR, we must have the ability to pick it up that things are not going according to policy or according to the relevant legislation. Thank you.
Speaker, on a point of clarity, it's a point of clarity on what the mayor has responded. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. The point of clarity is quite easy. Yes, we are responsible for oversight. But if we get a report like this, We are not involved with the tendering process. How are we as councillors then supposed to do oversight if we are not privileged to the concluded or approved tender document? How will we do our jobs? If the mayor can respond to that, because we won't know if something was wrong if we did not see the documents. And that takes away our accountability and oversight responsibility. Maybe the speaker, through you to the mayor, he can respond to that, please. Then on another point, Speaker, I've noted that the Chief Whip almost always answers on behalf of the EM. Is he the new executive mayor? Because the questions is posed to the executive mayor as the head of the council. And I see time and again that the Chief Whip is trying to take over that responsibility. I don't think that is in good governance. If the mayor can't answer something, then he can refer it to one of his MMCs. Thank you.
Order, Speaker.
What is the order for?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. When I answer in council, it's a council meeting. I do not answer on behalf of anybody. I answer on my behalf as a member of council. And all clarity-seeking questions, Honorable Speaker, are directed to you as the Speaker of Council. And when I respond to the clarity-seeking questions that are posed to yourself as the chairperson of this session, and through yourself who are responding. I'm not responding for anyone or on behalf of anyone. And I cannot directly ask a question to Honorable Councillor Marx. I pose all questions or clarity-seeking questions to you as the Speaker of Council, and that is the order. And it should be done like that. Thanks very much.
Order sustained, Chief Whip. The report has been noted. Secretariat, next item.
Item number 15, bids awarded for the second quarter of 2021-2022 financial year.
Thank you. Principal approach to this, to the previous. Next item.
Speaker, we are now in volume 7. We are now in volume 7, item number 16. Capacity challenge in ESCOM license area and how it affects electrification projects in Polokwane municipality.
Councillor Marx, is this the old hands? Next
Old
item.
hand, my apologies, old hand.
Secretariat, next item.
Speaker, my hands is up.
Councillor Moloto.
No, thanks, Honorable Speaker. It's Councillor Moloto here. I just want councillors to be aware in terms of, in particular, the report that is in front of them. If they can be aware, if they can check on from 1134 up until 1135, it's almost all villages in terms of priority list from our side as Polokwane municipality. But from that particular list, through you, Speaker, councillors must be aware that out of 100 villages that we have submitted to ESCOM, our councillors must be aware that only ESCOM have given us, in terms of IAT, for us to electrify that particular areas, only 8 villages were allowed to be connected. So it's one challenge that is going to affect councillors in terms of visiting communities, visiting their tunas, because most of these areas, they are in rural areas, your Moleji side, your Tefluop, Molepo, that particular areas. So in our portfolio committee, we have agreed with the S members that we need ESCOM to give us a letter. That particular letter is going to direct our councillors, is going to give our councillors confidence in terms of, because you can't go to communities, then you are just going to say something that you don't have a proof. So we have requested ESCOM in that particular meeting that our officials, they must write a letter to ESCOM so that ESCOM can clarify that particular matter of other villages where they are saying, you can see, do not connect, do not connect, do not connect. And it's going to take some, I'm not quite sure about the years, but it's one challenge that our communities or our councillors are going to encounter that particular area. But before I can finish, Speaker, we have met ESCOM, I think 2 or 1 week ago. We have met ESCOM. We have done a deal with them that, because if you can check at that particular Ramperi area, there are substations where they are upgrading that particular substations. In less than 6 months or to come, that particular area will be electrified, so energy will be there. So what we have agreed upon with ESCOM is that we have requested ESCOM that at least we can meet every 2 months. We can meet so that ESCOM can update us in terms of all substations that are in Polokwane municipality. You are Matala, you are Bakwen, all substations, they are going to update us in terms of these things of capacity challenge. And the other things that I need to take 2 minutes of your time or 2 seconds is the issue of load reduction. I have spoken to all councillors who are affected, that all councillors who are affected by ESCOM on the issue of load reduction, they need to give me that particular list of that area so that we can directly link our councillors and the people of ESCOM, including us as Polokwane, so that all areas that are affected, we can go and engage them just to let them what is the problem, what is the direction, and what is the way forward. Thanks a lot, Speaker of the Council.
Thank you, MC Moloto. Councillor Ramapakela.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Maybe it could be the use of a word that I didn't understand. By connecting, does the MMC refer to energization or development of infrastructure there? That is one question. The other thing is the way the MMC is presenting it and saying they have discussed it. I don't understand how it could be discussed that way when in terms of our IDP, you have all the departments, national, province, and parastatals, including ESCOM, indicating every financial year what projects they are going to be implementing in specific areas, including our municipality. So it should be in our IDP to say, in terms of the ESCOM program in Polokwane, this 2021-2022 financial year, ESCOM is going to be electrifying the following areas. And when we plan our community meetings and we plan our electrification of municipalities, it must be in line with the ESCOM plan for electrification. Unless if I don't understand him, because the way it is like raising expectations everywhere, and people saying councillors were here, they told us they were going to meet with ESCOM. They will tell ESCOM to come and electrify. They will tell ESCOM to come and put the substation here. They'll go and tell ESCOM to come and energize. The basic plan of ESCOM must be in our IDP. Then we know if we go to communities, we can tell them, no, in Muleji, this year there's going to be electrification in Semenya, Makibelo, Ramwana, and Mushung, and Seshawhai. Next year it will be the following. We must not give people false expectations that will end up making councillors' homes being burnt down. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Ramapakela. And the report is noted. Secretariat, next item, please.
Speaker, item 17 was already responded to, so we'll move to item 18. PHA financial reports for the period ended 30 October to December 2021.
Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to mention a serious problem at Garena Phase 1. As a result of a lack of fire equipment, we can't insure all those buildings there. So we have a crisis there. If a fire would burn down those buildings, we'll get nothing for it. So I just want to request that there can be, that the municipality gives serious attention to the fire equipment at Garena, phase number 1, so that we can insure all those buildings because it's millions worth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. The relevant portfolio will deal with that one. Next item, Secretariat.
We are now on item number 19, 2021-2022, second quarter updated council resolutions. Speaker,
Next
we are moving to volume 18, resolutions of the mayoral committee to council.
Volume
8.
Volume 8. Thank you.
Yes.
Chief
MC.
Thank you very Honorable Speaker. Once again, the item on the report on recruitment, Honorable Speaker, you will recall that National Treasury raised a concern with Polokwane municipality of having a very high wage bill, and that we must try and look and only fill critical post of where there are critical areas. And I think it will only be fair, Honorable Speaker, that on all posts that the recruitment has not been finalized. And by being finalized, I mean where we have not issued out appointment letters. We may have shortlisted, we may have interviewed, but we may have not appointed. Where such case, where the status is like that, we withdraw those posts. We allow the new executive mayor and the municipal manager and the rest of the team to make a proper analysis of the wage bill, proper analysis of the importance of those posts, and re-advertise when necessary. I think we should withdraw all those posts with the purpose of being re-advertised after careful consideration, and also to check if ever the posts are in line with the approved organizational structure. So I move that where recruitment has not been finalized, these posts are withdrawn with the view of being re-advertised after careful consideration. Thanks very much. So it means, Honorable Speaker, the recommendations, all of them, all the recommendations are scrapped with only one recommendation, that we withdraw all posts where recruitment has not been finalized. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Chief Whip. I see the hands of MMC Mamabolo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I just want to concur with the report presented by the Chief Whip, Honorable Chief Whip, to say that we can't find ourselves in a situation where we are just taking this post and giving them to people, whereas they do not match with the organogram and they do not speak to the organogram, because the design of the organogram itself speaks to the needs of our people and speaks to the needs of the municipality in order to meet its objectives. So I with these few words, I'm supporting the recommendations. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, MMC Mamabulo. Councillor Ramapakela.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I agree. I support what the Chief Whip is saying with a small amendment that the posts be put on hold until the council has held its strategic planning session, out of which they will emerge with an organizational structure which will meet its vision. Then we will then agree on which post to re-advertise and which post to abolish. And I don't think the management can advertise positions which are not on the structure. That statement, to say the least, it speaks to ignorance. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Ramapakela. Secretariat, have you noted the changes to the recommendation?
Noted, Speaker.
Thank you. Next item, please.
We are on MC 12, report on acting appointment as at December 2021. MC 13, year-to-date actual consolidated overtime expenditure report for the period ending 30 November 2021.
Next item, please.
MC 14, year-to-date actual consolidated overtime expenditure report for the period ending 31st December 2021.
Next item, please.
MC 15, submission of progress report on demand management plan as implemented for the month December for 2021-2022 financial year.
Next item, please.
MC 16, budget and treasury revenue status report for the month ended 30 November 2021. Speaker, this brings us to the last item for today. Thank you.
Before that, Secretariat, I can see the hand of Councillor Jubet.
Thank you, Speaker. On page 1294, it's regarding the total debt amount end of November. It's over 1.6 billion. I remember a while back when we were quite alerted by the fact that we went over 1 billion. So we're already on 1.6 billion. Whilst we made a decision, or council made a decision, we didn't necessarily agree with it, that Mankweng's debts be written off. So to get progress on Mankweng's side, there still needs to be public participation done, new meters installed, etc., so we can start getting money from Mankweng in order to address, I think, many of the service delivery issues that we have in council. So if I can just get an update on what's the process on the public participation, that's to be done for Mankweng, so we can get Mankweng on board and paying for their services. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jubet. MMC Nkwe.
No, thanks, Speaker. Yeah, I think on the question of Mankweng, we've engaged with the public participation and the Office of the Mayor. The public participations will be done. It's just that we don't have dates now when they will be done, but surely they'll be done.
Number 12, which is closure.
Thank you, Honorable Councillors. This concludes the business of the day. The Council is. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker.